Ladies and gentlemen, people, we are live here on this glorious evening. What is happening, folks? What is happening? I had a very long day yesterday, so I couldn't go live. I got sunburnt like fuck. But we're back in action. All right, we're back in action. Not a great time for men in commentary right now. Doesn't seem like it. He listens to this and those classical music for Victoria. That's actually, why is that accurate? But yeah, we have things to cover, things to do. Uh, did you not just get back from the country club? I was not a country club, but anyways, there's plenty to. That's not a black shirt. Who's this imposter? We're changing it up. We're wearing white now. Um, there is certainly things to cover. I know that it's a mixed bag. People that care about Destiny that watch me, people that don't. Even if you don't care about Destiny, this is like a pretty big deal. It seems like somebody sent me apparently a revelation from the recent court case, that was, I guess, published or whatever, where, let's take a look. All right, we got linked a tweet from everybody's favorite person, J-Stock. So let's take a look. Now, what has Destiny's biggest argument been as it pertains to the dissemination of intimate images of Pixie? Well, the dynamics of their respective relationship, or their respective sexting relationship, whatever, existed as such that consent for the dissemination of these images would be implied. Now, I've always attacked this argument because the things that would contribute to that implication actually don't contribute to that implication. It contributed to another implication, right? The implication being that both parties were respectively comfortable sharing these videos with their intimate partners, not some random e-woman that you've been talking to on Discord, that you just met 10 days ago and aren't even sure that, it is the person in question that you're actually talking to. So I've always attacked this argument because I don't think that it's an honest argument. I don't think it's a good argument. And I think that it is just another tactic of many to avoid the outright taking of accountability. Well, apparently, an anonymous source went to the courts and gave them this. So let's take a look. An anonymous source, by the way, whoever this anonymous source is that's out there, it's gonna be some stranger. I don't even know who it is. Whoever this person is, this anonymous source. Let's take a look. New Destiny lawsuit filing just dropped. In the days following the leaks that led to the lawsuit, Destiny confided in someone that he knew. He didn't have. Confided in someone that he knew he didn't have. Let's use commas, J-Stock. That he knew he didn't have explicit or implied consent to send the videos in question. He also failed to produce these messages in discovery. Interesting. I've heard that next week, or I think it is, so for those of you that don't remember as well, Destiny, his attorneys, I think it was him personally, he'd given a statement to the court indicating that he didn't have access to his communications with the person known as Solo, right? Then when he's on stream with me, he pulls up logs to show me between him and Solo. So Pixie's attorneys use this to file for a motion for sanctions, right? I don't know. I've been asking, has that motion been ruled on yet? Is that motion ruled? Apparently, they're going to do it like the next hearing or something. I don't know if that's true. But anyways, immediately after the Solo leaks, defendant exchanged messages with an individual named Blank. Blank wrote, "Is Pixie okay? Have you spoken to her? I'm assuming she's okay with you sharing videos of her like that." Defendant responded, "This is allegedly from the, is this alleged or confirmed at this point? The testimony's been, the logs have been produced to the court, right? Oh no, lol. I seriously doubt it. We took some vids, but didn't discuss it. I doubt she's okay with it." That's a little weird, isn't it? That's a little strange. I thought that he believed the consent was implied because of the dynamic they had. Why would he doubt that she'd be okay with it? It's a little strange. This exchange is responsive to plaintiff's request, bears directly on the issue of consent, and has never been produced. Defendant authored and possessed these communications at all relevant times. His failure to produce them cannot be characterized as inadvertent. Accordingly, plaintiff demands that defendant by August 10th produce both documents in native format with all associated metadata. This is bad. Okay? I'm not like one of these guys that exaggerates, like, Destiny's fucked this time, guys. No, he's never really been like, I've never seen him as like being like fucked, right? There's been like very inconvenient things for him, but he's always managed to find his way out of it, right? This is bad. This is really bad. This complete, I don't speak much in a legal context, but in a context to the essential, the narrative that he had believed that he had implied consent, if this log is real, that completely destroys that lie. It very, like, obviously we knew that wasn't correct, but now even we're seeing evidence he didn't believe that to be correct. So this is pretty fucking bad. If real, once again, I'd have to go verify this myself. It's looking like it's real. Not only is it looking, actually, I don't know how much I'm allowed to say, but it's bad, man. It's really bad for him. So apparently, so are you telling me that the motion for sanctions, whoever just typed that, is going to be ruled on tomorrow? Listen, he did it to himself when he showed me the soul. I had nothing to do with that. Obviously, I'm going to soy out that I got mentioned in court, but it is going to be like one of the funniest moments, I think, of my entire time online if the motion for sanctions is actually granted because of our debate. That would, to me, that would be like, I'd never live that down. But this is bad. This is bad shit. This changes. Oh, thank you, Jordan, with a bunch of numbers. This changes quite literally nothing, and there's no new information here. Destiny never made the claim that he had her consent to share it. That's not true. He said the consent was implied, meaning circumstances existed as such where he believed that she would be comfortable with the dissemination of this image to a third party. Here he is saying that he doubts that she is okay with the dissemination of this image to the given third party. So yeah, actually, that does contradict what he said. This is literally, he lied. He lied to the public. He lied to all of us. Obviously, no sure. Wow, Destiny lied. I mean, it's not like a big shock, but like, I mean, this is like, they're just fucking horrible. I don't know how they're gonna, apparently they're already preparing their defense. I'm hearing that there's like some argument. Apparently, somebody told me, let me take a look at this. I've heard hold on. Oh, wait, never mind. Listen, to the source that came to me and is worried that I'm about to leak your shit, I'm not. Okay, I'm not. So you don't need to panic. Okay, I would never like interfere with something like this. You do not need to panic. But it looks like they're freaking out. I'm my hand. I'm not getting involved in that capacity. But yeah, bad shit, man. Really bad shit. Well, Doobie, you're right. You could attack the implied consent narrative just off of the fact that the factors that he lists that would lead to that implied consent only would imply potential, like the reciprocation of that on his end, based on her demonstrable behavior that would indicate her preference, would be maybe to share with Melina. Maybe. I wouldn't even necessarily buy that, right? But like that would be all she would be implying her consent towards if she's sharing it with her boyfriend, right? It would be if that's how consent worked, which it's not, the implication would be sharing it with your close respective intimate partners, right? Not sharing it with some fucking somebody you only knew for 10 days. Bad shit. And something tells me, listen, I don't know who this anonymous source is. I don't know who this anonymous source is. But I have certain suspicions. I have certain suspicions about the identity of this unnamed source that produced these logs to the court. And if it is who I think it is, who I don't know them personally, but I have a suspicion. Total dub. Total dub. Just a suspicion. I haven't gotten anything. If I remember correctly, they're also claiming he exported and archived his DMs with archived his DMs with one of the witnesses, gave the archive to the witness, and also failed to produce it during this. Wait, Doobie, you're talking about? Are you talking about with Solo? Because that's the allegation with the Solo shit. It was alleged that he couldn't produce, or he had made a statement to the court that he couldn't produce his logs with Solo, then showed me his logs with Solo, which they're sanctioning him for now. Is that what you're referring to, or is that a new thing now? Okay, it's a new thing. Got it. Yeah, I got sent. Oh, wait, did you just delete the DM? Or wait, was that an inbox? Somebody just sent me something really useful about the ruling in court tomorrow, and they just deleted it. Thank you. Okay, fuck. All right, here we have it. All right. Paperless order on motion to seal. This cause comes from the court upon plaintiff's motion for leave to file under seal declaration witness in support of plaintiff's motion for spoliation sanctions. EFC number 286. Upon due consideration of the motion, the pertinent portions of the record and the relevant authorities, it is hereby ordered and adjudged that the Is Solo witness C? Is Solo witness C? Or is this isn't the new thing? Oh, I don't even know what the fuck. Somebody said, okay, I don't know. I'm getting it confused. Who is witness C is anonymous, right? Or he has to produce everything by tomorrow? Okay. It seems like we have obviously multiple different motions here. Solo's witness C. Okay, so is this the thing we were talking about, or is this the new thing? Or it's just everything, I guess. Okay. Listen, I'm a little bit egotistical. Of course I want to be of course I want to inadvertently get Destiny sanctioned. Anyways. Crazy shit happening tomorrow, and we will be in Miami reporting on it. We have on the ground reporters that will be at the court, AG4L affiliated reporters. They'll be posted outside the courthouse interviewing witnesses. They've actually already started camping out tonight, and they've asked everybody walking into the court, so what are you here for? So why are you here? And they've already harassed and badgered the mother of a homicide victim in a completely unrelated case, which has now led to our media credentials being pulled and a trespass order from the courtroom. Darius will be there. Will he? Anyways. Crazy shit on that front. Now, for those of you that do not remember, okay, in other news, and then we're gonna go back to some DG shit in a little bit, of course, right? What else is there to cover, man? For those of you that don't remember, there were some allegations made. Somebody essentially what happened was somebody came to me with allegations against the YouTuber Dickers TV. Now, me and Dickers have a very tumultuous, history or whatever. He's like my Hassan, where I birthed him. He came from my community, initially, but we've had our back and forths or whatever. I was a little happy to watch Dickers have his day. Of course I was. I'm a spiteful fuck. But just a day, just one day. Once he got his embarrassment and knew what it was like, I was done with it. That's the end of it, right? I don't give a fuck. But essentially, this Liz person has said no, because my take was that the real victim here, the actual victim in this story, if there was one, is potentially the unnamed girlfriend that he might have cheated on, right? That would be the victim here. Liz was like hinting at a lot of things, and I was never quite sure what, but obviously I wanted the leak, so I wasn't like being too combative with her or whatever. But she is like not satisfied, I guess, with the conclusion that's been drawn. So she's like now attempting to try to make it more, I guess, to get us to accept that some act of egregious wrongdoing has occurred here. Now, I don't really, I think the worst thing that could have happened here is cheating. And although cheating is wrong, although cheating is bad, I'm friends with a lot of people who have done it at one point or another. Of course, they know my feelings on it. I would never endorse that, right? But it's not really my problem, you know what I mean? It's between them. Now, let us take a look. Essentially, somebody has decided they're gonna go and be like the spearhead of the second run of the allegations. I don't know who this person is. Apparently, they're like an ex-Ico mod. I unironically have not watched any of this. I've only seen a screenshot of what they look like, and I'm gonna try to be like really nice, guys. I'm gonna try to be super nice, good faith. All right, but I'm being told it's bad, man. I'm being told it's fucking bad. Let's take a look. Stop lowballing. Of course I was celebrating. What do you mean lowballing? I said the day of, I was happy to see him get embarrassed. I admitted that on stream. I'm saying that right now. Who's denying that? I felt like he was very happy to watch the same thing happen to me. So there was like Schadenfreude or whatever. Okay, is this where it starts? Dude, what? This is gonna be good, man. This is gonna be really good. I forgot. I saw this screenshot last night. I guess I just forgot. Is the audio mute? Oh, no, my headphones are unplugged. All right.
Wait. Okay. Okay, no more echo.
All right, I'm so curious to hear what this queen has to say. Is that like a fish hook? A fish hook? Any day now.
Testing.
Yo, thank you so much for the first tip of the stream from Starfish Duder. Is that a decrepit elf? Let's be nice, okay? Let's be nice.
Too loud, too quiet. I'm just gonna read. And do. Oof. Okay. Yeah, so I don't have an editor, I don't know what I'm doing, and so I wrote this essay and I'm just gonna read it and we'll
Listen. I'm gonna be as good faith as possible here. Although I was happy to at the first day watch Dickers get embarrassed, it became excessive. Okay, and what I mean by that is the dude had funny sex. There's no reason that 2 weeks later, I don't know why we're still talking about, or why there's like still why like more embarrassing sex keep getting leaked or whatever the fuck. Like I don't know. It's just like it's very poor taste to me. It's probably influenced like although I sort of went through this myself or whatever. I and wanted like some fucking payback or whatever with Dickers or whatever. Like as it's been dragging out, I'm sort of becoming a little empathetic. I'm not gonna lie. Like it's just like, and then for him to talk about this like at all is just gonna have to involve him like engaging with like super sexually intimate like details in front of the public or what, which is like really uncomfortable. It's like super fucking uncomfortable to do that.
we'll do it live, we'll fix it in post or whatever. So thank you.
You might want to. All right, well, 125 it.
Everybody for showing up. Thank everybody for
Did you see she leaked? Can you put it? Throw. I didn't see that. Can you throw that in inbox? Also, this is the other thing, and I actually, for full disclosure, I had a friendly chat with Dickers this morning. Okay, for full disclosure. And I sort of took a moment to gloat, not over the allegations, but over Parry. Because for those of you that don't remember, when I was on my crusade against Parry, Dickers was the last guy left who was like cool with Parry. And I was saying to Dickers, I was like, we had a call once months ago. I'm like, he's a fucking sociopath. He's gonna, the second you're not useful to him, he's gonna, or the second the cards are against you, he's gonna fucking turn on you. And and Dickers was like laughing. It was like laughing when I said this to him. Literally laughing. So I bring it up again today in call. I said, remember that conversation we had, Dickie? And he was just dead. So I took my moment to gloat.
Leaving the world in such a state that I should need to do this. Yeah, okay. So, hey, I have to wonder if literally none of you know.
How long did Dickers spend before taking? I don't know. You're like always like contradiction fishing. You did it with Bo Blacks, you did I don't know. The dude's probably a hypocrite. The dude probably was okay with shabbing other people, and now that it's happened to him, it doesn't feel so great. But guess what? 100% of the chatters that would be joining in on a brigade against like whoever and like equipment, if we were to go and do that to one of these chatters, they would crumble like pussies. They would literally crumble like pussies, because the truth is people apply a different standard to themselves. And although I police over that, I've thought about it. I've thought about that. And it's like, I'll give him a chance to, now that he's experienced it, is he going to start handling it differently going forward? And I wouldn't take issue with, if he now has revised his position on that because he's actually felt it none to him.
Know anything about BDSM, how do you always seem so certain of evaluating the claims involving BDSM? When Turkey Tom says he likes rough sex and you agree to have rough sex with him, how many times...
I'm gonna do an experiment. I'm gonna pick a random chatter, and I'm gonna spend the next 5 months basically treating them like I treated Parrot. Okay? We're just gonna do that for 5 months. And I just want to see, the experiment is gonna be, how long do they last before leaving the internet? How long are they gonna last? I think that this will kind of elucidate my point and perspective a little bit better. And of course, I've already picked that chatter. Hubert. Clear up your schedule for the next 6 months. We're gonna have a great time, buddy.
Does he get to punch you? Well, the answer is obviously 0, but apparently people are in fact brain dead, and we got to start from the beginning. So, in the beginning, your hand was on your dick, and you wanted to stick it in some object, and as time went on, you found new objects to stick your dick.
People still bring up chud sex from 5 years. Yes, because the people in this community think sex is the funniest thing ever and drag a bit out to death to the point where it just becomes sexual harassment. We know this. We're aware, QQ. Guess what? When they were doing it to Chud months ago, I said the gawk shit wasn't funny anymore. The gawk shit wasn't funny anymore because it was like just over and over the same fucking bit. You can find logs of me saying this. I've been consistent on it.
And sometimes there were these really good objects for like some reason. It'd be super great to be able to stick your dick in. Oh, shit. I hate everything. Come on. Ugh. But they're pretending to be people. At what point can you stick your dick in them? Can I do it now?
To be fair, I feel like people bring up the gawk shit still because of how... Well, that's fair. Actually, that's totally fair if you want to bring it up in that context. But when I was watching Chud and I'd said this, it was a bit different, right? If you want to bring it up to say, this situation has led to you now, like, demonizing trans people as a whole, that's a legitimate point. That wouldn't be sexual harassment. That wouldn't be sexual harassment.
What about now? Okay.
I'm talking about, like, if I call some, like, DGG, like, loser or whatever, and the first question is, was he using teeth when he was sucking your dick? How long was your dick? Your penis? Penis? Cock? Penis? Sexual? Sex? It's like ridiculous. People are, like, obsessed with it.
How about if I bring it up and bother you, like, a lot? No, not her. You, bro. Okay, can I fuck you yet? Oh, no, it's huge. I'd break you. Can I just sneak it in sometime when you're sleeping, though? Oh, whoops, sorry, did you not want me to do that? Well, it's already in. So if you're too fixated on having sex, you're not having sex. This can be interpreted pretty broadly. You can be too fixated on having sex to get hard. You can be so fixated on a narrow definition of, like, acceptable sex to eliminate so many partners that you identify with incel frustrations. Ooh, words. Let's see here. You can be so fixated on having sex that you're obnoxious and no one wants to have sex with you, or worse, they let you have sex with them so you leave them alone.
What? I don't know if it needs to be said, but if you force yourself to have sex with somebody you don't want to have sex with, like, out of annoyance, I think you should, like, seek therapy, because I don't think you feel comfortable establishing and asserting your own boundaries. Now, if somebody's straight up stalking you, the solution is not to have sex with them. The solution is to, like, report them to the police, try to get a restraining order. I know the police are weird about stalkers, but I don't think it's really gonna fix it by having sex with them. I gotta be honest.
Having sex with anyone that wants to have sex with you is better than the best disinterested pair of tits that will let you jerk off inside them. Why? Because you walk away feeling resentful because they don't like you. That's why you hate women. It's amazing how often I'll hear guys complaining about how they are not getting any action, but then they're only interested in a partner that, you know, takes care of their appearance in inverse proportion to themselves. You might hate women so much because you hate the ones you're trying to have sex with, because actually you don't have anything in common and are compatible. You enjoy
Never heard of hate fucking?
sex with women that don't rate in the entirely fake numbers system, which you pretend is coherent, so, you know, you don't have to feel responsible for your appearance, and you can say, you know, you're just cursed by genetic and you're doomed to prey upon the unsuspecting people who are unfamiliar enough with what a dom is, that you can get away with saying that, you know, a dom is just a servile coward that services their own gaping sense of insecurity and is actively repelled by a woman.
It's not even... That's not even true. That's not even, like, a correct... They're, like, there are... I feel like the reasons why people are into sadomasochism is going to be mostly, like... I guess this could also be subconscious, which he's talking about, but I don't know if it's rooted so much... I guess it would... What would it be if, like, somebody grew up feeling powerless and, like, they're sexually stimulated by the idea of, like, having power or whatever? Would that be insecure? I guess it would be insecurity in your own respective power?
And enjoying its presence. See, attempting to transmute your unalloyed jerk-off fantasies into a...
No, I know about paraphilias. That was like an area when I was like interested in psych or whatever. That was like abnormal psychosexual development was like pretty interesting. That's why I know like about a bunch of weird paraphilias, like people that jerk off to fire and shit.
Satisfying sex life is a recipe for self-loathing. You end up in the same place every time because you're reducing the authentic desire you actually feel for sex and emotional need into for the momentary biological impulse you associate with sex. And ejaculation in and of itself doesn't produce that validation of self as sexual being. And you know that, that's why you don't just want to masturbate. But the addition of another person does not grant that either, because in fact, there is an emotional component to sex, and that is the same thing seeking satisfaction. The biological component is looking for eggs to fertilize, and if that were enough, jerking off in a petri dish would do it. If that doesn't, then I'm sorry to say, you might have to deal with your feeling.
I'm liking the performance art here. This is, somebody described this to me as slam poetry. Somebody said this was going to be like slam poetry. And I now know, and I'm like, wait, they actually wrote a poem about dickers? And they're like, no, it was a metaphor. I'm like, I now I'm starting to understand sort of what they meant.
If you chase that dragon, you only want destination, and that is to become bigger.
Chasing the dragon.
A creature so vile and devoid of self-esteem, it only feels
Dude, let's go! Let's fucking go! Dude, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. It was like, I got so excited when I saw this person. I honestly can't wait. It's like Christmas morning.
Successful when it's harvesting pictures of miserable women it will never touch, and it incepts a sort of paranoid anti-fantasy where you never want to touch them because they know something about you. The very act of being observed creating a feedback loop where a woman genuinely being interested in you is so foreign and alien that you find it suspicious at its base and obsess over what they're like really up to, and in doing so inject a toxicity into the relationship that will ultimately...
Okay, that would be maybe a good analysis if, like, the guy does really have a girlfriend. That's not a lie. Dickers does have a girlfriend. So if this was, like, insecurity about not pulling, I mean...
metastasize into...
There are guys in relationships that need constant validation about their own manhood, that are still very insecure about their own manhood. Right? It doesn't just because you actually, I guess just because you get game doesn't necessarily mean that insecurity is still not going to exist.
Whatever kind of mommy, monster, horror complex of unprocessed trauma, you need to reinforce your fantasy of never touching any woman, but somehow, eventually...
But then what do you say about, like, female Sata? I mean, I guess you could also, I mean...
feeling superior to all of them. Sex is where people put their unprocessed emotional baggage, and your kinks, fixations, and compulsions are built out of from the salience of these salients of desire. You already know this, which is why you joke about...
Like, in BDSM culture, a lot of women are taking the dominant role or whatever, and the dynamic, and a lot of guys like to the power reversal or whatever the fuck. So it's like, what would be the analysis of them? Are they also, like, insecure about their manhood? $2 from Gooner42. Hi, what is up, Gooner? Thank you so much for the second tip of the stream. To my best friend, Gooner42.
Girls with daddy issues, but it just feels weirder when you turn that around and realize that, you know, boys with mommy issues includes basically everybody you know. And then for bonus points, you get them all together and hang out and create a really narrow definition of sex that eliminates the possibility of doing anything but chasing a sex mommy to wash your ass for you and extract exclusively oral sex from, because vagina literally terrifies you.
Okay.
For the state of emotional alienation.
Also, for context, Dickers and Liz, this was a purely online dynamic.
Your bizarre incentives created while by
I just saw this clip where this guy baked cookies for a lady and link it in the inbox. Please, I beg of you.
Finding sex in terms of a broken relationship with your mom. This is why once you've learned to clean your room and get a girlfriend, it no longer seems like a worthwhile reward. Why? This relationship requires effort, and I already did one effort thing when I cleaned my room. And
you could put in all the effort in the world to the cleanest room possible. But unless you win the genetic lottery, Stacy's not going to care, okay? Because it doesn't matter about what... I'm kidding. It doesn't matter what you do.
Now I have to keep putting in effort? When do I get to kick back and just receive attention? There is an answer to that. It's when you're the submissive. The submissive has the fantasy being catered to and around because it is the dominant who is making the decisions about that fantasy. They have the power, so it is their responsibility to understand all the ways which which they are not allowed to use that power in advance and as arise in the moment, without the sub ever needing to say so. If they have to ask, you need to tune up your game. If you never ask, you don't even have informed consent. Riddle me this: when is it more fun to bust a nut, and when is it more fun to goon? The question can become a distraction from simply enjoying, so the Dom seeks to understand the full fantasy, and in doing so, creates an anticipation in the sub who doesn't know when the pace is going to change, and they become the flow.
Well, okay. So a lot of the problematic dynamics with
There we go. Okay.
What am...
Wait.
Oh, wait. I had it pulled up on another... I was like, what the... Am I in, like, a VC or something? Yeah. So, like, a lot of the problematic, like, dynamics with, like, BDSM are established through effective communication. Like, there's, like, specific, like, rules to the entire culture around it. Like, a safe word, for example, right? That's almost always, unless you're dealing with a rapist, which, you know, you can be dealing with a rapist. Like, safe words are established, right? So if it is going too far, there's something you can say where the other party is, you know, informed or knows that you no longer consent to the dynamic or exchange that's happening. I mean, here the safe word would have been the block button, maybe.
Your need to have your every whim and desire catered to is a submissive fantasy, and it's unattainable, toxic, and broken when you think, well, that makes me sound gay, so I must be a dom.
Like, the only way I view Liz as a victim here, and I've considered this as a very real possibility, if she can, like, demonstrate she has some, like, significant, like, cognitive, diagnosed condition that causes, like, significant cognitive impacts, which potentially might be going on. I don't know. But other than that, you're a grown woman. Like, you can literally just, like, not.
You're not. The job of the dominant is to internalize that fantasy and to curate it. I get on my knees and say, yes, daddy, because I feel hot when I say that, and I like the way he's looking at me. The dom is producing and directing the fantasy so I can focus on feeling and embodying that fantasy, which the dominant then enjoys for the eagerness and will.
Also, I don't know if this is true, by the way. I'm being told that this person is a drug addict that's on the verge of going homeless. I don't know if that's true or not. Very sad if true.
Of the submissive to become something from a wild, foreign fantasy, creating something new together. Someone you haven't even imagined wanting until they're doing that.
Did I speak to her? Who, Liz? No, I've never spoken to Liz in VC in my entire life.
Thing. Like,
I want her to call in tonight because I have questions, but this would be the first time I've ever spoken to her in VC.
Discovering new porn star to go at, but in the middle of having sex with them. Imagine that, having sex in the middle of it, your partner becomes a novel experience, almost like you're not even trying to repress the notion that you're trying to fuck your mom long enough to get off. So, all right, we have these concepts of dominant and submissive ideation dynamics. How can this actually work, though? Some submissive's fantasy is to simulate being brutalized, but does that mean the dominant should develop a rigid structure?
I didn't even read the shirt. Yeah, higher than a motherfucker.
Of brutalization and define that as a dominant? Well, no, of course not. Without a partner to build off.
See, I don't really care if you use drugs. It's just like, when you're like actually like buying stuff to like make it a part of your life, like culture wise or whatever, like when you have shirts that talk about your drug use or drug use merch, or you're using drugs the wrong way. Okay. Use your drugs, but be ashamed while you're doing it. Right. Like, just like be ashamed and self-aware, and then it's okay.
If you can only assert your own desires as a submissive, and in doing so, create a malformed fantasy where your desires are projected onto your partner. This is boring, just like jerking off, because it eliminates the novelty of creating a new wild fantasy and exploring it, and replaces it with an assembly line. First I say you're naughty, then we do the spanking, then we do the sucking, then we do the, oh wait, nope, I came, and that means sex is done. And if that fails, you add another step at the end of the assembly line, desperately trying to add in enough distracting bells and whistles to make you feel like this is a novel experience, long enough to get off and feel bored at the prospect of continuing because now you're super aware of the mechanical nature of the thing you're doing. This doesn't serve anyone, and so what is needed, and indeed what defines this sort of engagement, is a set of principles that maximizes the agency of the participants and structures the flow of those desires specifically to...
Yeah, like an ability where the participant understands that they can leave at any point, and also like explicit consent and like communication of a safe word, and like, but you don't, this is an online context. So a safe word I don't think would really need to exist in a BDSM dynamic like this, because they're not there like personally or whatever. So like the party at any point can just like desist the communications and block. If the individual in question continues to try after that, then you get into sexual harassment territory, right?
Avoid the tendency for any one part of this process to overshadow all others, and in doing so, suppress and destroy the authentic emotional experience in which you finally don't feel like an aging weirdo that no one would ever love. If you have to
I feel like there's a lot of projection going on here. I feel like there's a like fuck ton of projection happening right now. I'm not gonna lie.
actually
It's like the scenario this person's describing is even like far removed from what happened with Dickers. Like they're talking about like an IRL context, very specific sex acts. Like it sounds like there's a lot of projection happening.
fake, trick, or coerce a partner into doing the thing you want, it turns out it makes you feel less desirable and less secure. If Dickers were happy in his conception of dominance, he wouldn't be compelled to insert weird comments about tracking the other person's location, and in doing so, incept a conversation about his own location, and therefore justifying and reinforcing his fantasy of finally being exposed as a manipulative, exploitative weirdo wearing a dollar store dom costume. Dickers' authentic fantasy is about getting caught, and to feel the release of this freakish, gooning psychological...
That's not even... Even if I do like a bad faith psychoanalysis of Dickers, he very obviously did not want to be caught. He very obviously didn't want to be caught. He was like, even when he thought it was about, he was literally in panic mode. She knows he didn't want this leaked, and she leveraged that to do like the slow burn or whatever the fuck, right? I don't think there was literally any part of him that wanted this out there.
Mechanism he's trapped in, and it being destroyed. This is why he's not interested in a willing partner. A willing partner does not build Dickers into a larger...
I'm also being told now that there are pictures being posted. And let me just be like super fucking clear about this, because even if the photo is not like necessarily that explicit or whatever, if it's like a photo of somebody like partially unclothed or something that this person is leaking, treat it the same every time. Do not disseminate that shit. Do not interact with it. Don't meme about, like, just leave it alone.
And so cannot result in him being exposed, mocked, and his ideation.
I've not seen that. Well, unfortunately, to be clear, it's not like that explicit, but it is like somebody partially unclothed, and the image is being disseminated without their consent for the sake of humiliation. And in my mind, I view it the same. I honestly view it the same as if you just like posted a photo of this person's like penis, right? You're leaking intimate sexual photos to humiliate somebody. And I think that in an instance like that, I think that that's obviously unacceptable.
Dash against the wall. So the fantasy is progressive and will push aside all standards of ethical behavior until his partner identifies his fantasy and serves him the public humiliation he pines for, but is not comfortable in admitting. His dominant in this recognizes the internal mechanisms at work for him and the goal they're designed for, and would love to produce that fantasy for him. His fantasy, the fantasy of his dominance being exposed is fraudulent, but he can never actually get there because his fantasy depends on being ignorant to the source of that fantasy. He cannot learn about BDSM because that would ruin it for him. He cannot find willing partners because the fear of being exposed would no longer exist. And
what if it was topless with the dick? Okay. If I leaked a photo a woman sent me of her without a shirt, that you would have every right to tell me that that's not okay. Every right. Even if her vagina wasn't out, you'd have every right to tell me it's not okay, because it isn't, right? It isn't. It's somebody partially unclothed, right, in a manner that would be humiliating to leak, right? And I would apply. I'm not going to change that standard just because it happens to be a guy. A guy can choose whether or not he wants to show the world what he looks like without a shirt. That's not your job to do it for him. Just like a woman has the right to choose what parts of her body she wants to reveal.
Longer create tension for him to release. He cannot sub because then he'd get what he wants, and that's terrifying to him. So how do we avoid this? Certainly no one would choose to be Dickers, and yet Dickers exists, and no shortage of guys sticking their dicks into mechanical fantasy production devices while claiming to be dom. We know
like people took issue when somebody made, and they had a right to take an issue with this, somebody like allegedly cropped the revenge porn so you could just see the face of like Sek and made it their profile picture, people took an issue with that, rightfully so, and the same issue would exist here.
We fail, but how do we succeed? Well, let's ask. What does rough sex mean? Does Turkey Tom just get to punch women because he says he wants rough sex? Is that implied by rough sex?
No, the woman would have to consent, right? And I'm not even saying that there's a specific defense of Tom. Obviously there's tons of criticism for Tom. I'm saying in general, right? If you somehow get off to hitting someone and somebody gets off to being hit and there's proper boundaries established, a safe word established, and severe grievous injury is not being caused, it's not my business or anyone else's either.
Well, there's a good way to think of those questions. If she punches you first, is that fair? It's not what you want, but those appear to be the rules. The logical conclusion of this mode of thinking is to turn sex into a combat sport where the woman gets to fuck the corpse. Rough sex does not actually indicate anything, except indicate that...
Well, okay, so FMJ, even though it's not the same thing, because a woman has breasts, the principle of you having the right to... you have the right to decide what parts of your physical body you want to show to the world. Right? Other people don't get to should not be able to decide that for you. Except maybe your face or something. If it's like somebody of like super notable like interest, and it's like a journalist like reporting on some fucking, whatever. But anything that is not regularly shown in day-to-day life from your body, it's your right to decide who gets to see it. It doesn't matter if it's you without a shirt or your dick. You have the right to who gets to see that, I think, right?
It's personal and probably taboo. Rough sex is not a justification for literally anything. Turkey Tom describes sexually assaulting their partners, and nobody noticed because they'd have to think about sex in realistic terms and not as fantastical. If you're thinking of the rules of sex in this way, you're not serious. You think it's...
To be honest, no photos privately sent in an intimate context should be disseminated without the consent of the party involved, even if genitals are omitted. It's just on principle that should be adhered to.
If the balls don't touch, and you probably don't have that much sex unless you can afford to exploit someone.
Unless, I'm going to add some qualifiers. I'm making very generalized statements. And I know there's going to be outliers that I'd probably be okay with that wouldn't fall into that. Unless, potentially, right, there's allegations of, like, sexual wrongdoing, and it's, like, an essential part of demonstrating said wrongdoing, I guess.
Turkey Tom can do it with your money, because you wish you could punch the uninterested women who, aren't even that hot anyway, when they finally give in, because they know you'll lose interest immediately afterwards, and it'll only take a couple of minutes.
Yeah, like, I took issue when Parry was, like, photographing me in my hotel room and shit without me knowing. Like, I think that that's, like, super fucking invasive when you do shit like that. I think that if you're doing it in the context of something sexual, I think it's, like, pervy. I think that, like, normal, like, decent people don't do shit like that, right? I never photograph people without their consent, even though I have the right to if I was, like, on the sidewalk or something. This is a big reason why I don't necessarily IRL stream or feel that comfortable doing it. I wouldn't really like to show people on camera who don't want to be shown. I think it's like a basic, it's like a basic respect thing as well.
That's not even sex, in my opinion. Can you imagine being so far down the gooner rabbit hole that practically owning a woman only reminds you of how much they really don't want to be there, and so you have to punch them? That is how kink works, They are based on things. They're a reason why Turkey Tom wants to punch women. It's not an entirely abstract preference born from the ether. He has emotional needs.
I think there can be multiple contributing factors to why somebody has. I think there's partially genetic factors involved. In respect to like sadism, I think that it's like obviously partially genetic, but I also think that like the actual environmental factors that contribute to that, I think are like super multifaceted. There are people who have like been raped that like to take on a certain role to reclaim power. There are people who have felt powerless. There are people who have felt powerless previously in life for other reasons that decide to become a sadist, or don't decide. It's not a conscious decision, but like it manifests in like consensual sexual sadism. There are people that had like overbearing, like parental figures in their life that relive it in like a sadistic or masochistic fantasy
that he doesn't pay attention to, and resents the women he exploits for not figuring out what's wrong and fixing it for him, because he's a giant baby and he's gonna bite mommy because he's fussy and he has a messy diaper. So no, you can't punch people. That's not part of the rough sex package. And
you can, just so we're very clear, you can. right? It's just, is that what they want? Are they consenting to it? Is consent explicitly communicated and obviously not like coerced or influenced by external factors? Does this person understand that they can end it at any time, normally through like the communication of a safe word, right? There are guys that like to get chained up and whipped by women, okay? Like, I think it's weird, but I think that's totally okay, so long as you're consenting to it.
And if you want to punch someone during sex, you have to ask permission before engagement. And, you know, I would be prepared to answer some questions. If you think they might react badly and make sex less likely, they probably just don't want to do it, and you already know that, so why would you ask? Better yet, why does that even sound so appealing? You probably just don't want to do it. If you think they might react badly and make sex less likely, prepare to answer some questions. If you think they might react badly and make sex less likely, they probably just don't want to do it, and you already know that, so why would you ask? Better yet, why does that even sound so appealing to you?
Why would you ask? This person, I don't know what this person's gender is. They're communicating a hypothetical.
So how do we figure this out then? How do we engage in kink with people you're sexually compatible with while being sure we're not traumatizing?
Okay, so there is a world where this person is okay with people engaging in kinky sex.
Abusing each other. That's what BDSM is. There is no oops, accidentally ignored your version or ignored your boundaries version of BDSM. There's
obviously not. That would be rape or sexual assault.
No. Oh,
or literal assault.
I should have known. It was obvious. I shouldn't have ever been messing around with her version of BDSM. There is no, I don't want to do the aftercare, but I'll just do the sex now.
Literal assault, non-sexual assault.
And I'll tell her later that, oh, well, I never actually said yes to that version of BDSM. There's no version of BDSM where you're doing something to the other partner that they do not fully want and desire of their own accord and without your influence. There is no, oh, come on, just this time version of BDSM. And there is no, oh, we did it last time, though, version of BDSM. This is all total nonsense that dissolves upon contact with reality. And anyone who's experienced...
There's a lot, I can just tell. There's so much projection happening here. This person is an unrelated grievance, and they're using this situation to channel it. Because the shit that's being described here, I think, is like so wildly removed from the dynamic that we saw.
Or thinks about it for more than a second, will understand.
No, Dicker's nudes are not out there. Dicker's nudes are not out there, right? I just have heard that I have heard rumors of certain it's not like genitals or anything, but certain intimate like images being leaked. And I think that that's obviously completely unacceptable.
That this is just abuse. If you are even tempted to say any of these things, you're not ready, and in my opinion, are a deeply closeted and resentful bottom in denial. BDSM exists to make these sort of deeply scarring and traumatizing patterns of behavior.
They're obviously MTF. Because MB people, I guess, don't exist. Like, I've made that assumption before and have been wrong.
Impossible, and those who are into that shit easily discernible to anyone who knows what they're talking about. People loudly declaring they're a dom are almost universally not, and when they do, it's not because they're trying to hustle up some new honeys. An actual dom understands inexperienced submissives as people, and people that say, oh, you can do anything you want, as a liability, who are likely to have a severe reaction or worse, are actively seeking to incriminate you. They would not start treating a 22-year-old like a kitten, asking for sexual material that they've already expressed discomfort with, let alone...
How old is Dickers? I also, when I was saying this person was too old, I thought that Liz initially was in her 30s for some reason. I don't know why. I guess I just, like, fell for misinformation.
And push it further within days.
Would you let this person call in? Not only would I let this person call in, I want this person to call in.
This is not anything approaching a comprehensive understanding of BDSM. This is meant to be instructive enough for those who are not currently familiar with BDSM of what to be careful about.
Dicker's going to see, okay, 22 and 24 to 25. I mean, that's, I don't know why this person's age would be.
If a partner or potential partner wishes to introduce
relevant.
It, and how to identify bad actors or abuse being masqueraded as BDSM, since that sort of thing keeps happening somehow. So no surprises during sex. If I wanted to try that bad, I would have asked beforehand. No asking twice. They already heard you say no the first time, and they know you know their preference. And if you decide that
Dickers is not 36. Dickers is not 36. He's been 24 for the last 2 years.
You're into trying, you'll do it. And if you're not, you never do it. If never is a problem for them, then they can go fuck somebody else. If they if they express reservations about
It's not crazy to me that he's 24. I know he looks older for his age, but I know people that are closer to my age that look older than him. It's really going to vary by person and lifestyle and facial hair, etc.
your needs, with the implication of negotiation, get out. If they attempt to negotiate with you in any way whatsoever, they're no good. They will have a clear conversation up front. The experienced party will prioritize your needs and will do what you want to do. They will not treat BDSM as a box of toys that they can just add on to sex with any given person that they can talk into it. Not least of all, because those people are terrible lays who just want to see how much they can get you to do and will struggle to do anything you like because they keep running back to the toy box. But more than that, because BDSM simulates extreme and traumatizing...
This person also takes an issue with somebody being sexually selfish. It's fine if you want to be sexually selfish, so long as you not selfish in the sense of you don't care what the other person feels, but if you've agreed to a specific scenario beforehand where your sexual pleasure is being centered, so long as the other person is a consenting adult, I don't necessarily see the issue.
Circumstances that, for someone who does not specifically enjoy that kink, is almost certain to cause physical or mental harm. The only reason anyone would want to practice BDSM activities without keeping to those rules is because they wish to exploit the information advantage and use BDSM to hide their abusive desires. A dominant partner will enjoy doing what you like, and if what you like isn't their thing, they will find a different partner. A dominant will do these things, and they'll do them for their...
Isn't that just preference? That's okay, so long as the parties are consenting adults.
Own good, not for wanting to deal, for not wanting to deal with the emotional and legal problems and the general chaos they'd invite by misusing BDSM in order to coerce somebody into doing things they aren't comfortable with. They would certainly know to expect trouble if the kitten that they wouldn't have messed with from earlier were recently in a relationship that you knew had you know they had an anxiety disorder and recently got a restraining order against an ex. You would have to be so...
I'm going to say this with all due respect, okay? I know anxiety is real, and I know that people like to do this cope of... I know people like to do this cope of, you know, we didn't have anxiety back in my day in 1884 when I was prospecting in the gold mines. There wasn't so much as a peep or some fucking shit like that. No, anxiety is real. Anxiety conditions are real. But generalized anxiety disorder specifically, I think is like amongst my generation, like if it was wrong to engage sexually with somebody with generalized anxiety disorder or some shit, I think that there would be like I think a lot of fucking people would be guilty, right? Generalized anxiety disorder is like super fucking common. I guarantee there's at least like 10 people in this chat who have been diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder. I used to jokingly call it like the starter mental illness or whatever the fuck. Not to, you know, invalidate it or anything. I have anxiety, right? I'm not fucking minimizing it, but it is like, it is super common. It does not diminish your ability to, necessarily doesn't diminish your ability to consent. If you have anxiety about communicating your boundaries, that's a different story in the context of sex.
So incredibly stupid to do that, and then say they're crazy. All right, why am I saying all this then? We're going to put all this at the top. The evidence clearly indicates Dickers was abusing Lissy from the beginning, and the refined, developed nature of this process and the speed to which it inevitably caused psychic harm suggests that he's not only done this before, he's done this a lot. Dickers did not observe BDSM practices that would have given Lissy the ability to consent for the informational imbalance. This is abuse.
What? The informational imbalance? What does that mean?
Time, plain and simple. If a 22-year-old with a history of being abused and ADHD and OCD...
Check. Dan, it's like, I'm sorry. This is like, you're literally just like, do you know how many people here right now this applies to?
Says she's shy and doesn't want to send the picture.
Shy?
You already fucked up. As you said, obvious. It was obvious to you at the time, and that's why you went for it, Dickers. As if a dominant would seek the most wounded gazelle and then call it crazy when they abused it. This is the sort of schism that arises from approaching dominance by enforcing your submissive fantasy. She wasn't supposed to be learning what you like, Dickers. You were supposed...
I honestly, listen, I'm no doctor, folks, but I've said it before. I think Dickers like listen, that's not to say that I think Dickers is smarter than this person, obviously. But like I think Dickers is like one of the most like anxious people I've ever spoken in terms of his like paranoia and shit. Like he's like always anxious about some fuck like to like an annoying extent. I've said this about him before.
To be learning what she likes.
I don't know, man.
It's the responsibility. It's irresponsibility, and
He's always like tripping or some fucking
you're
shit.
responsible for everything that happened. That's what it means to be a dominant. If shit fucks up, that's on you because you're in charge. If they snap, it's because you did it. And to shirk that responsibility is just the most pathetic thing. Every dominant thinks you are pathetic and would be insulted to associate it somehow being the same as you.
Okay, and masochists like the reinforcement of being pathetic. So it's like two people with those conflicting interests can engage in a scenario where both get to entertain it in a way that doesn't violate people's sexual consent, right?
Now, I've been an ICO viewer for like 2 years. I've always got
Great stuff.
an ultimate respect from other chatters for my sharp analysis and insights on matters of trauma, abuse, and BDSM and relationships in the course of her content coverage, which is frequently in regard to the potential sex crimes or abusive behavior of streamers. ICO aims to be non-political but purports to be critical of capitalism and is generally
Aiko is not. Is she non-political? I feel like on like social issues or whatever, like she's willing to enforce like political principles onto like for example, she was like calling out Chad before like a lot of other people were for like being transphobic or some shit.
progressive, but does not have much of an understanding of any of that and seems to follow her audience's lead. So after watching any number of ICO streams
This person
where the
cannot
clinical details
take drugs off their mind.
accused sex crimers are discussed, it was pretty surprising for me when, in this case, boundaries prevented her from covering the sexual abuse that Dickers was accused of. I believe that it was irresponsible and that if ICO could not cover the topic fully, it was unethical.
Boundaries to. I literally explicitly asked this person, like, because I was asking like if like what type of abuse was being like. I'm like, do you feel coerced into like sending nudes? This person explicitly said to me, no, nothing like that. That's what they said to me.
Unethical for her to follow it. Further, there's a clear pattern of abusive behavior and pressing boundaries in the material that was covered, but she just kind of didn't notice, and still hasn't, I guess. Going into the stream, I was aware only that Dickers was involved with a viewer, BDSM was involved, and that people were doubting Lizzie's story. In commenting on the interview the next day, Aiko would say that she had doubts from the beginning based on Lizzie's erratic.
I don't know if that's entirely true. I think that Aiko, just like, to be fair, just like myself, thought there could be something to this, right? There could be. But as you hear the story get like laid out or whatever, you're like, what is going on here?
Behavior. Through the stream, I was not clear what the purpose was or was trying to be demonstrated. Something like Dickers agreed to spend more time with me, or at least certainly that was how it was being framed. Lizzie, for her part, is in chat, but is slow to respond, is struggling with her Google Doc and evidence pile, makes oblique references and references to unclear subjects, is struggling to answer questions and seems to not understand them, answering with the same information as before, and her perspective is incoherent. I begin tuning in to the vibe that there is something very wrong going on here, but I write it off as just feeling bad for Lizzie. I hadn't been paying very close attention, but, it clearly wasn't going well. So, starting at 5 hours, 37 minutes, and 30 seconds, Aiko calls into question the validity of the screen cap, and she begins to lose her patience, and chat will fully turn on Lizzie, asking why she's still even there. An interesting question. In about an hour, Aiko will take the curious step of insisting Lizzie call in, though Aiko will be convinced of Lizzie's guilt before then.
I'm purging my entire mod team. I'm literally purging my entire fucking mod team. There's no way, man. Hold on. There's no way what I think is happening is fucking happening, bro. There is just no way. No fucking shot. Hold on. Oh, wait, never mind. Never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind. I'm tripping over nothing. Hold on. One second, guys. All right, back
and
to
will simply keep demanding the truth. The conversation seems again mostly focused on an incident where Lizzie believes Dickers has dropped her and is attempting to prove something about Dickers agreeing to spend more time with her. Aiko will insist that this is invalid because he didn't agree to that, but ignores that he continued to pursue sexual materials and apparently is falling back on the welching 8-year-old's favorite excuse of, well, we didn't shake on it.
what? Huh?
Not how that works, actually. If you do not agree to the boundaries of the person you wish to engage in BDSM with, you do not engage
What was the boundary? What was the boundary?
with them. You do not say, I don't agree, and then pursue sexual
Was the boundary not getting into a relationship or something? Like,
contact at a later time, because the implication is that you change your mind. If you did not change your mind, there's
oh wait, you want to call in?
nothing stopping you from clearly stating that.
Awesome. Let's do it. Ugh. Let's have a conversation. What's your Discord? What's your Discord? Let's have a honest, nuanced conversation. I think we can have a very productive discussion. I'll hop in. Yeah, no worries. Hop in my Discord. There's a VC called, it says just call in. You just join that voice chat and then I'll drag you into the live VC. The link to my Discord is just in the description of the stream. So you're just going to want to click that link, join, and then there's the call in voice chat. Hello? You're, hello? Your microphone is muted, so I can't hear you. You're gonna have to click the unmute button if you're talking. Hello? So you might be having an input issue. What you want to do is go to voice and hit settings. You want to go to voice and video if you're on PC or on mobile. And then there should be a section called microphone. You're going to hit that little drop down and you're just going to want to pick whatever microphone you're using. Because sometimes the input can change, so your microphone might not be working. Awesome stuff. I already lost. I think I honestly, I think I lost the debate. I'm not gonna lie. Turn on the red light. Is that a reference to the police? Better? Oh wait, they're back. Hello?
When?
How's it going?
Okay, here. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Oh, I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. So I'm hearing that you believe that Dickers is abusive, correct?
Oh, shit. Yeah, I mean, I only made this because Deckers is abusive.
Okay.
Like, I want you guys to understand, like, it doesn't matter, like, how compromised Lissy is, because Dickers was the dom. He was in charge. Whatever happened is his responsibility.
Well, he was in charge in regards to like the sexual dynamic, right? But in regards to like the broader ability to disengage from the environment, it doesn't seem like getting any control over that.
Right, but when was that not happening?
When was what not happening?
The what now?
When was what not happening? Sorry.
When were they not engaging sexually? Like, when were they not in character? What are we talking about?
Sure. So just because the sexting was happening a lot doesn't mean like in the broader picture of being able to like block or disengage from the Discord communication, that was always in the power of the participants, right? He didn't have control over that.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, so I guess I don't know.
I mean, also, but like people who are in abusive relationships also have the ability to leave those relationships. So that doesn't mean it's not abuse.
Of course not, not in and of itself, but in the scenarios you're talking about, a degree of social control would exist over the participant where their own best interests are not centered and they believe in they reasonably fear and negative consequences as a result of desisting, or they've fallen for manipulation that keeps them in like a honeymoon phase, often influenced by physical abuse. In this instance, we're talking about a purely online dynamic where the physical threat was non-existent, the control over this person's respective life and like personal
Right, where somebody has a lot of compromising material of a person who has said that they were uncomfortable with what they've got.
with what they what? Sorry?
With what they sent. They have expressed a discomfort with the increasing amount of explicit material that was being sent.
So why were they sending it?
Because they wanted to. Well, first of all, they could have been what oh man, I'm sorry. This is fucking with me so hard.
No worries.
I've got my voice echoing back. This is messing with me.
What
Oh,
microphone are you using?
oh my god, this fucks with my brain. Okay, so I'm sorry. So what is possible is that, you know, she's worried about what happens with the materials that she's already sent, right? It's a thing where you get caught in a increase an escalating cycle where like you're afraid of what they're going to do if you leave you know, with the materials you've already sent them, but then also if you stay you have to do something dirtier the next day.
So did he ever? Okay, so I would agree that that power be exerted if he ever like used the threat of leaking that as like leverage.
The threat? No, the threat is implicit. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so anybody. Okay, so
He doesn't have to have a
so
fucking knife in his teeth. Like, I don't.
So just so I'm being clear, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say a guy and a woman are talking, they like each other very much. The guy sends an explicit photo to the woman after she
Are
asks.
they in an explicit BDSM dynamic?
We can get to you're going way ahead of me. Let's just say they're in this
No,
explicit relationship.
okay, well,
we're isolating it.
in that case, I don't know. I don't know, and I don't care.
I didn't even ask the question yet. The question was.
But I don't know.
Oh, you don't. Okay, maybe hear it out before you decide that you don't know. The question is going to
Okay, go on.
be: if nudes are sent, is it impossible for the guy to be able to consent to any other sexual exchanges because that could be leveraged, the prospect of her leaking that?
Is it impossible for there to be any other sexual exchange? No, it's not impossible, I guess.
Well, it sounds like your premise for why this would have been abusive is the implicit consent of nudes being leaked, but it sounds like the only
No. My
factor for that
premise
threat
for this being
existing.
abusive is the fact that this is a BDSM relationship.
Okay, what does a BDSM relationship change about this exactly?
Well, they needed to discuss limits beforehand. He needed to know beforehand what she was comfortable with sending, the point she was, and to the point where she was no longer comfortable. They never covered anything like that.
Why do you think a safe word exists in like the context of like BDSM?
He laughed at the safe word.
No, but why do you think other people use it? What is the purpose? What is the utility of that safe word?
To cut this shit.
Why? Okay, why does it need to be a safe word instead of no in a BDSM context?
Because you can be moaning no and not
Yes,
mean it.
exactly.
In the same way, you can also be like, oh, I'm shy, and actually mean, actually, I
100
want to stop doing this right now.
150%. So in that context, no is not going to serve functional utility in ending the dynamic, and somebody could be harmed, right, reasonably by that. In this instance, when he asked her for nudes, did she say no, and then he just didn't respect that and decided to I guess go
She said she was shy, and that is press back.
saying you're shy is
And
very different than
again,
no.
when they have not discussed limits in the first place, that makes it impossible to figure out where the limit is.
In online engagement, a safe word would serve no functional utility in this dynamic, right? No would suffice. No, or simply ending the communication would suffice. The reason the safe word exists in real life BDSM context,
in the same way, no could suffice in real life.
No, it's very different because
yes,
you just admitted. I just
I just got
you to concede that people in IRL BDSM sex. I'm explaining what, so you don't need to ask me what while I'm answering the fucking question. Okay, the no would you just conceded that no in that context wouldn't serve conversational utility because people can just moan it during IRL BDSM sex all the fucking time, right? So the other party wouldn't know that consent is being retracted, right? That would be the functional utility. So the IRL factor that exists there that make us
said no during sex before, it actually can happen. So
you can say no during sex, of course. Nobody's denying that, right? But in the context of a BDSM dynamic, as I've just gotten you to admit, right, that wouldn't serve much utility because the whole disliking it part is a sort of a
well, it actually really kind of depends on the partner because the dom is supposed to be really paying fucking attention.
Like paying attention to the person not wanting it.
They're supposed to know the limits. They're supposed to know all this shit. They're supposed to be doing what the other person is interested in, not whatever pops into their head.
So in an instance where no wouldn't suffice or give reasonable communication to the other person that the behavior would be unwanted because it would be an expected part of the sexual dynamic, then you use a safe word, right? Here, in this instance, she doesn't even say no. So I don't even know why.
No, you don't necessarily say the safe word. And also, she doesn't understand BDSM dynamics enough to be able to know that. Like,
what do you mean?
Well, what do you mean what? Like, she doesn't know BDSM. He is being okay. She has done some, but like as much as he has, like they don't know what they're doing. They don't have limits. They haven't established anything.
So are you arguing to me that she wasn't educated about the block button? And that's like a part of, or like the unfriending, or like how to unfriend somebody on Discord? He should have educated her about that beforehand?
No, I'm not. I'm thinking
so
that,
so just so we're clear, she did know enough to be able to disengage.
She liked him and grew emotionally attached over the course of this, pet play thing that they were doing, which is, pretty extreme.
Just because you're emotionally attached doesn't mean you can't consent.
Yeah, that does happen, and that's why you have to be careful when you're talking about BDSM because it is extreme situations. It's not just a toy.
Yeah, but the care there would be somebody who might be indicating non-consent that could be a part of the dynamic. So additional attention should be provided for awareness of actual retraction of consent, and fail-safes should exist like the existence of a safe word. In this instance, the ability to assist communications is adequately supplied by the block button or unfriending, which this person had adequate knowledge of, right?
Right, and then, he would not talk to her anymore, and then there are things she was concerned about, I imagine, like...
I'm sorry, would it be abuse to not talk to this person?
Well, okay, so in this is actually kind of what it comes down to is that what she had really needed, from my understanding, was to be able to know if Dickers was going to be out of contact for a day because, like, she just needs somebody to talk to.
That would just be rude.
Yeah,
just so we're clear. That would just be rude.
So it can be that you just need communication.
That would be rude, not abuse. Yeah.
What?
That would be rude, not abusive.
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
It doesn't have to be one. Not necessarily. It depends on the dynamics. It depends on the relationship, and it depends on the context. Then you're just trying to divorce everything from the context.
So what context existed here where not replying for a day would make the exchange abusive?
The context is that she needs somebody to talk to, and so she asked in advance as one of her boundaries that she wanted to be able to like know in advance if he was going to be out of contact. I assume so she can make other plans. He then disagrees to that, but then comes back and continues having sexual encounters with her without saying, I'm not going to respect that boundary.
Yeah, so okay, so if hold on. So if the lack of communication was like a huge problem for her, then that would be like a reason to just desist communicating with this person and find a different sexual partner, right? That's not like this would be a negative, right? What you're not doing, right? And in this context, the not doing would be the not communicating part, which would just be rude, not abuse.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so if I'm like if somebody's like, if I'm in an emotionally connected relationship with somebody and we have always tell me where you're going, babe, or some fucking shit, right? And I go out with the guys and we go drinking or whatever.
You make it an explicit part of what you need to feel safe in BDSM.
Not to feel safe in a relationship in general. What if I need to know where you're going?
BDSM.
Why does BDSM fundamentally change this here? BDSM can change it.
These are the dynamics. Because if you don't do this, no, listen to me. Because if you don't do this as the dom, you can find yourself in legal trouble because you have accidentally or you have screwed around with somebody that you shouldn't have, and it gets you into legal trouble. Like you can abuse a crazy person and they can get you arrested. You have to be careful with that, and that is why this is all important.
There's never been an
this is for his own good. He should be listening to this.
How do you define abuse?
In terms of a BDSM relationship?
Why does the definition of abuse change when we're talking about a BDSM relationship? You could talk about things in a BDSM relationship that bring additional risks of abuse, but abuse would remain functionally the same, your definition, right?
Well, abuse within a BDSM relationship kind of has to come from the dom. Like, oh my god.
Okay, what if a sub decides to just for no reason like bite a dom's dick off during oral? That would be abusive, right? That would still be abusive.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't have to come from the dom. That's just incorrect.
Okay.
Cool. So, anything?
Anything what? Like, what is the question?
So I'm just trying to figure out what about this dynamic is like so exceptional that this common instance of ghosting, which happens in a ton of fucking relationships, would be now all of a sudden abusive.
Well, the context that she said she required this to feel safe in their relationship.
She required this to feel safe in their relationship.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So if that were true and she felt unsafe, why didn't she just like desist engagement with the dynamic?
Because he had a bunch of her pictures, I guess. That's my presumption.
That doesn't mean we've already established this line of logic that somebody else having your photos
she can't be afraid of him leaking her pictures.
She's allowed to be.
He can't.
Well, actually, no. If
is that not like?
So why didn't that fear exist when she sent them?
But it did. That's why she started expressing shyness and not wanting to send them.
Okay. So then why did she ultimately do that if it was so consequential that she felt her safety would be compromised?
Because she was already in this relationship with him where she had agreed to be like his kitten or whatever, and grown emotionally attached, was probably emotionally unstable. Well, definitely emotionally unstable. Like I don't know shit about her.
So it seems like we're doing a lot of like filling in blanks here that are not necessarily substantiated by the facts.
Oh, no, I'm not filling in blanks. I am literally just looking. I looked through the Google Docs and all of that stuff, and I came to the conclusion that it was abuse based on that alone. Because he doesn't establish limits. Ask for stuff when she expresses discomfort with that, he continues asking, and that's all there is to it.
Wait, you know what you've just described? If somebody says, I don't want you to communicate in this manner with me, That could potentially be something, right? I don't think the lack of communicate, like I don't think deciding you don't want to talk to somebody is abusive, right? But I
Right.
think,
Well, I mean,
but I
that's
think,
like the
but I
thing
think,
she was
yeah.
fixated on.
Well,
Like, yeah.
but what you
Sorry.
just described would be sexual harassment potentially, right? Where the behavior is explicitly communicating. I don't want you to be communicating with me like this, and then they continue anyways, right? Was that occurring? And then the other party was saying, fuck off.
I don't think anybody was saying fuck off.
Or something. It doesn't have to literally be those words, right? But something akin to that, like "stop, I don't want to deal with you" or some fucking shit.
Uh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat? I don't understand what you're.
Yeah, I'm saying that what you've described could potentially be
So
sexual harassment.
she sends the pics and he says fuck off. Like what?
I'm asking if that's what was happening. I mean, we could just look. I could just go through these messages myself right now, right? But I'm pretty sure I've already seen them. But I'll.
Okay, no, okay, I understand now. Okay. So yeah, no, she expresses being shy, which is resistance, which like, in the context of this, we should tell him to slow the fuck down at least, and he doesn't. He says that he thinks she can do it, but if not, then don't, which is not, he needed to stop at that point.
So so she, in these DMs, I'm just going through them right now. She says stop at some point, right? Or I don't want you to keep. Do you know which?
She says she's shy.
Okay, so she just says she's shy. She doesn't establish a boundary. She's just indicating she's shy.
Right. Well, they didn't establish limits up front, which is what they needed to do. Like, especially with this kind of thing.
Okay, so if like it turns out,
so like she doesn't know where the off ramp is, right? Like she doesn't know at what point she'll be able to stop doing things.
You've admitted she knows about the block button, and if she truly felt that way, how did she feel empowered to leak this? If that was a legitimate fear of hers, if she was that uncomfortable establishing her boundaries, why was she comfortable leaking this exchange? That would probably anger him more, and any negative adverse consequence that would be impacting her consent, that would make her fearful to disengage. I don't know why that wouldn't have prevented her from leaking this at all.
I don't know. She probably got unstable at some point, is my guess. It certainly sounded like it.
Probably because she's aware of her own agency here and that she has the power to do or not do things, right? She was totally fine.
Yeah, sure.
So she was totally fine exercising her agency when it came to the continuous leaking of intimate sexual exchanges to humiliate him.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
You don't think she consented to leaking what she leaked?
No, you said that's not what you said.
Okay, what did you think I said?
I don't remember. I'm pretty fucking tired, man.
Okay. So she obviously consented to leaking the material that she leaked, right? She obviously consented to that.
Yeah.
She went out of her way to like communicate this across multiple channels. Right. If she was in fear of disengaging in this dynamic, right, to the point where she couldn't say no, even if she wanted to, or exercise the agency she has as an adult to disengage, I don't know why that fear would dissipate.
Think she didn't have the agency to do that. Like, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh,
like, I have the agency to leave an abusive relationship. Like, doesn't mean that makes it that simple.
No, not necessarily, right? But in that instance where like your agency would be impeded by actual like control over your life, many times it's a cycle, right? Abuse is a cycle. It involves severing of connections. It involves like exertion of physical, it could be either emotional or physical power where people remain fearful. There's like love bombing that comes with it that makes you like put up with the negative behavior. So you go back to this individual. All of those things would impede agency. But those things and the degree of bombing, so. Here,
like this escalated, like this whole thing escalated over the course of like what 10 days to just they like Dickers as the Dom needs to take his time with that sort of thing.
I don't understand. Like the Dom would have more responsibility in like actual sex, right? Because as I've said before and established before, the fear would be that somebody is expressing a boundary and doesn't like what's occurring, but you can't actually see it because a big part of the, masochist like role play or whatever is sometimes like CNC, right? So that's why you establish safe words. In this dynamic, the individual had the agency and ability to desist communications if they wish to do so, right? And they demonstrably did not fear negative consequence from him, as evidenced by how comfortable they were doing things that would enrage him, assumptively enrage him, probably more than actually desisting the communications.
Comfortable with that. I think that was actually a result of they're breaking down, like they're cracking up over the pressure that they were they were under.
What if Dicker's not responding for a day was him breaking down over the pressure of the dynamic? Does he have a right to?
I didn't say Dickers was breaking down.
I know. I'm saying, what if Dickers was breaking down then? Does he not have an ability to retract consent and decide to desist communications?
What would over what? Like if they?
I don't over anything. You have a right to retract consent over anything.
Right.
So yeah. So if he just didn't want to consent or he didn't want to deal with these exchanges, so he decided to take a day to himself, does he not have the ability to retract that consent for a day?
I mean, yes, but like, well, no, not for a day, because like you've already broken your, the thing that you guys have agreed to in advance.
What if they agree?
She just needed to know in advance if he was going to be gone for a day. Like, that's all.
So what if me and my girlfriend agree to fuck every single day, and then there's a day she doesn't want to have sex with me? Has my consent been violated?
I'd have to know the context.
Okay. I feel like you kind of know the general answer that's going to be applicable in most cases, right? You have the right to not be feeling it for a day and take a day to yourself.
Yeah. I think you should probably talk to the partner about that.
You should probably talk to the
partner.
Be
like, I'm not feeling it today. I don't want to.
So is all cases of ineffective communication consent violations tantamount to abuse?
Nope.
Why not?
Because I can't think of every possible situation.
Got it. Well, it sounds like here the abuse is boiled down to the lack of communication, right?
That is one of the things I think, yeah, but no.
Do you think
that is not the only thing going on here? No.
Okay, so if I, for example, I love hypotheticals, like my whole thing. Okay, if I was, let's say I was Lizzie or whatever, and the partner desists communicating with me for a day, and I decide to just like leak intimate photos of them or whatever, could you just like boil that down to I'm breaking down and they abused me?
I'm breaking down. Oh, who is I? Like what?
In the hypothetical, it would be me or whoever you would want to insert, right?
Who is being okay? I don't understand who. Okay, who is I though? Like, or who are you in a relationship with? Then what are we talking about?
Let's say the factors that existed here exist there, right? And this person desists communication. Let's just say that Dickers is a woman, okay, and I'm Liz, and I'm a guy or some fucking shit, right? It doesn't have to be me. It's just hypothetical, right?
Yeah, the gender doesn't matter, but yeah.
Yeah, okay. But let's just say that, well, it sort of does, because I feel like people have more of an inclination to take away agency from women in these dynamics. Now, obviously,
I don't.
Now, obviously, I understand that's because women are by far disproportionate victims of sexual violence. So I understand why there's like hyperperceptiveness whenever it's a dynamic between a man and a woman, right? And maybe but in this instance, I don't see any factors that existed that would make the adult not be able to decide to revoke consent if they wish to do so.
Okay.
So I don't think that it would be abuse here.
Okay.
Cool. Anything else?
How many times have you practiced BDSM?
Do you need to actually practice BDSM to be able to comment on it?
I mean, you usually need to know something about it.
Yeah,
like
I know about BDSM. I haven't done it myself.
Okay,
I know
cool.
about BDSM.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. I'm tired. This was really a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think given the factors at play that I saw, which was not just the one thing that you that you are divorcing from everything else, given the context of everything, yeah, I do think it was.
Yeah, then I guess we just fundamentally disagree. Now, before you
Okay.
go, can I get your opinion on a totally unrelated matter? So
Sure.
there's this guy in England. He's a streamer, and he has this cuck fetish where he likes to basically he has this girlfriend by the name of Hellbent, and he likes to fly out young upcoming streamers to England, and basically create circumstances for them to fuck this woman in front of him, where he gets to watch in the corner. Now, this individual, an individual by the name of Queeman, that's what they're calling him. That's his sort of name on the streets. I was just like curious, like, do you think like that's abusive to the do you think that's abusive to the young men he's taking advantage of to entertain his cuck fetish? And then he attacks
How are
them
they
if
taking
he
advantage
attacks
of?
them and smears their good name if they refuse to fuck this woman.
How are they being taken advantage of?
Because it wasn't adequately communicated
He
prior
flies
to
them out to have sex with their wife, right?
Yes, yeah, well, girlfriend, side
Okay,
bitch.
so how are they being taken advantage of?
Well, you know, the dynamic isn't communicated in advance where they get there, and he's very physically imposing. So when he's there, their like ability to retract the consent when they realize what he wants to do is have them fuck his like significant other. They're like actually very physically intimidated by this person. Apparently he's very well built, very tall individual, big muscles.
Does he have big muscles?
Yeah, that's what that's what they're saying. Okay, I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you for calling in. Take care.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Troubling stuff happening, people. Troubling stuff. Anyways, just hypothetical. Just hypothetical. So, as I was saying, let us actually read some of the screenshots involved here, because apparently this is the proof of the abuse. I also want to put the offer to Liz to call in. Exactly, how does it feel? I'm getting there. I'm going to be extremely unhappy if I see you're going easy on yourself. I'm going to be extremely unhappy if I see you're going easy on yourself. So this is like just BDSM stuff. I'm more shy than I remember. That's really hot. I'm struggling because I really like you, I think, which is really fucking gay on my end. That's cute. We could talk about it later. Do they talk about it later? Can I make up for it, please? Make up for it. What do you mean? I'm having a hard time with the shyness? Yes, I think you can do it, but if you really don't think you're able to, then that's fine. I'm really sorry. I'm trying to feel out whether I can push you or not. What? Huh? Aiden, how does it feel to know I've been more... It hurts, Jar. I, too, would really love to get with a woman that's molested a kid. Oh, wait, I wouldn't. That's you. Sorry, my bad. Anyways. Okay, let's continue. Jar actually in that dynamic... See, Jar seeks out a very particular woman because he likes to role play as, like, the little boy that's, like, being victimized. That's why he defended Cinny. He was hoping that he could get in on that dynamic. I folded like a fucking lawn chair. What I want to do is order you to hit record on your phone, prop it up on something, grope those tits, and punish your nipples. Then immediately send me the video before you let yourself feel shy. Anything you send me can be deleted later if you want. Okay, so it seems like the implicit threat that he might leak nudes, it seems like that would just exist in any situation where people are sending intimate images of themselves. And under this argument, right, adults who have sent their nudes could never actually effectively consent or retract consent from that point going forward, right? To my knowledge, the only person that's leaked intimate sexual details from this has been her. You went after Birdie? We literally have we have the recording, Jar, of you and the call goating out. The aspiration is really sexy, actually. Yeah, of course. That's a perfect sub mentality. Do you need to go back to your room to feel more confident? Are you sure I can't make up for it? Okay. I might need to think of something, though. Sit up and send me a picture of your tits, so I can see how hard you were trying. Tits aren't an issue. The first version must be the final version. I'm rock hard. That's a perfect pick. I know I said I didn't need to see it, but I'm a little curious. You can do it. Okay. I don't even need to read all this, right? Okay, it still must be the first take, though. You're allowed to be more specific with what kind of picture you want. I've never asked for a dick pic before. You're doing well. I'm kind of uncomfortable with sending a dick pic. That's completely fair. Not even sarcasm. How about topless with the dick cut off? I would also like that. Wow. Wow. So Dickers is very insecure about being shirtless because he's known as a more rotund, portly individual. So she actually created a circumstance where Dickers felt like he had to offer this up, and he didn't actually feel comfortable being able to to not engage in the relationship anymore because she had this image of him. We need to consider it can happen to men too, okay? Yep. Are you super horny? But yeah, I'm trying to be reasonably invasive, Lamau. But you got to see my vagina, so Lamau, dude. Spicy chat motherfuckers are gonna read like the word vagina and start like laughing like fuck, bro. This is like gonna be the funniest shit for them. See, maybe it's just not my when I left middle school, just like the idea of sex in and of itself was just not that funny in and of itself. But I don't know. I guess some are different. I respect your privacy since you try really hard to keep your stuff private. Oh, for me, I get you. No, I appreciate you being considerate. Are you frustrated about the inequality? So he's explicitly like asking if frustrations are like due to the power dynamic or whatever. Let me ask you a boundary question really quick. Hold up, did you sit in VC the other day, knowing that I keep an eye out to see if you're in there? Oh, go ahead. I really want a video of you playing with your vibrator or fingering yourself really hard. Could I work up to that? Maybe okay, this is kind of funny. I'm not even gonna cope. This is like a bit funny. I can't even cope. I say kind of. I first told you my name because I wanted you moaning it while fingering your pussy. I think that's about as certain as an ID scan. I'll get there eventually. I'll leave it totally up to you. I'll leave it up to you. It doesn't sound like there's any like reduction of her agency in this dynamic. There is communication, right? Doing this to myself is a challenge, not gonna lie. I want to see the rest too, because like, to be fair to her here, if she is having evident doubts, like if I was in a scenario like this, I'd be like reaffirming, like, you know, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do, right? You don't actually have to do it if you don't want to do it, right? Do it if you want. So, I mean, but I don't think that's like abusive. That would obviously be like, additional like precautions, right? But unless I see anything that would indicate that this person, didn't have the reasonable ability to retract or provide consent, it's going to be obviously hard for me to buy that. Dicker's asking her for so much and providing nothing. That's actually completely fine, so long as the other person is fine with that dynamic, right? You have the right to pick your partner, and you have the right to, if you feel like your partner doesn't pleasure you enough in like sexual exchanges, you have the right to, that could be a reason you just want to desist having sexual exchanges with them. That's your right. I'm guessing that's why videos are hard for you. You want every frame to look good. Yes, I get that. OCD makes the performative part so much worse. The performative part of what? I want to see what's above this. Oh, wait, no. He already said, never mind. It makes it hotter knowing you're submitting to sending pics despite that. Okay, what is going... Okay, I may need to work up to that one. Shyness. I want to do so much for you. You have no fucking idea. Good. By the way, I don't want to leave on a bittersweet note, but I think it's only respectful to have this conversation with you now after an intense interaction, Lamal. I think you're insanely hot. I really enjoyed talking to you, but to make sure we're on the same page, I'm just looking to fuck about online. Okay, so he did communicate. I mean, I don't, maybe he said it at the very end, but he is like communicating that there's no like emotional part of this, right? It's like it is just for temporary sexual pleasure. And I get if you don't want to deal with, like, if you're looking for something deeper than that, right? I understand that not being ideal for you, but that's why you pick somebody that is looking for that, right? That's the cool part about consent. But I will say, something that is troubling me a little bit might be this one. I'm not even going to lie with you. This could be bad. This could be bad right here. This specifically, but I want to see the rest of it. If this could change my view, to be honest with you. But I'd like to see a bit more. Sorry if that comes off, ham-fisted. I just don't do this kind of thing much, and this is the first dynamic I've had like this in the space, so I'd prefer to hardcore communicate. No, that's totally fine. I'd rather have that than dropping it completely and hearing nothing. Wait, so it sounds like the communication boundary is on his end. So I guess he would violate his own boundary? Or be like a hypocrite, maybe? I don't... Claims I don't need to send lewds in exchange for attention. Sent 0 lewds, but I'm attentionless. This is a joke, I promise. Also, why did you delete, like, everything before the 15th? It's kind of an arbitrary time frame, that's what I'm asking. Especially since the worst stuff is more recent, Lamal. Also, I think I use the term broad, but, like, in a nice way. You're cute, stop being mean to yourself. Do you always delete this many messages during the conversation, Lamal? No, anxious, sorry. I'm pretty sure this was at the same time she was actively leaking to, like, me and others. You're all good. Don't worry. I remember you telling me about... Wait, it's just as important for a sub to express their limits, as it is for a dom to respect them. Neither of them are experienced with a dom-sub dynamic to know how to navigate this. Well, yeah, but I think that more plays into, like, IRL BDSM stuff. Whereas I was saying before, you run the risk of somebody not wanting something, but the other partner believing that that is just a part of the role play, right? That's why things like safe words are very important, because the term no might not suffice in a BDSM context because you have things like CNC, right? So that's why safe words would be important here. In this in this context, right, it's less so of a no and more so of a you can snap your fingers and make the other person disappear, right, from the room or whatever the fuck. In this case, it seems like the power to disengage was on Liz, right, just as it was on Dickers, and it seems to me like there was no fear that made her feel unable to do so because she was not fearful when she was actively leaking this, which would probably assumptively cause more anger and a possible adverse consequence from the other party as opposed to simply disengaging, right? The thing for me that could make this different is if she had mental illness that also, like, reduced her agency in this context. And people, just so we're being clear, people with OCD can consent, right? It's just going to really depend on the way that OCD manifests. And, like, if you feel like I need to have sex with this person or else, like, my room's going to explode tomorrow or whatever, and you feel like obviously they logically, that's the thing about OCD, they logically know that's not going to happen, but, like, they feel otherwise, and it's a feeling of immense distress. In that dynamic, the person's consent would be reasonably impeded, but I want to see what her OCD was about, like, what the specific obsession was. Nope, my parents are control freaks. Not like boxing is a very feminine sport. I think I went back and purged DMs a few times. It's not even that I distrust you. It's more so about a hack or something like that. I don't know. Oh, that makes sense. I think I'm just risk averse. You know? No, I get that. I don't know what you think these prove, nor do I understand what value these have other than to be used as humiliation. I was straight up about the fact that I did not want anything emotional despite flirting. Attention seeking and giving attention was also part of our dynamic. I maintained a boundary that we would not be dating. You've admitted you understood that we would not have a relationship. I asked you if you wanted to talk about boundaries, and we never did. You're confusing what I'm saying. I don't mean your boundaries, such as being notified when I won't be online, won't be interested in sexual conversations when I would prune DMs. I mean the clear expectations I set out early on. You said what I wanted weren't boundary. Well, that's true. They weren't. That's requests. It's a positive. You're asking for you're asking for some additional, but you're asking for the person to do an additional action, right? As opposed to asking them to a boundary to not, like, boundaries would be, I think, what you wouldn't do, right? What I don't want you to do. I think expecting like that degree of control over the other person in day-to-day life is completely unreasonable. I've had a chat with her open and tell her when I'm going to be gone. I'm like notoriously a bad communicator. She never had that problem when she was messaging. Actually, that's not true. Apparently she leaked because I didn't respond for a day. You said what I wanted weren't boundaries. They were requests and you declined. Did you have an open relationship that your girlfriend was? So this is unrelated right here. This part would be the girlfriend's grievance, right? The girlfriend can decide how she wants to handle being cheated on if she was cheated on, right? Like, did you both agree to it and she was okay with our dynamic? So it sounds like she's now pivoted from her being wronged and she's going to his girlfriend being wronged. But you should be arguing how you were wronged in this dynamic, right? If you're the one coming forth with allegations as it pertains to yourself. Before you pivot, do you disagree with these? Change boundary to establish expectation. They mean the same thing in the sense I'm using them. Use the term boundary for yourself. I was told I had requests. If you want to play with wording, fine. To me, that is not what you said. Was your girlfriend aware of me and our dynamic? I can't do anything about people taking the piss out of you, and moderating against it would just create a Streisand effect. The only way to get people to stop okay. Obviously, it's not an Anna situation. Obviously, it's not an Anna situation, but there's some bells ringing. There's some bells ringing. Anyways. Answer my question. That's all I've wanted. Oh, wait, hold on. The only way to get people to stop talking about you is to stop engaging with this in public Discord, stream chats, etc., and stop feeding into it by setting brat memes as your Discord profile. Okay, for her, it's also ridiculous for her to be putting the expectation of stopping criticism or, like, negative consequence on him because she's the one that consented to the dissemination of those. That's not, that's not his job now because you made a bad decision or whatever, right? It's not his job to step in and fucking handle that for you. Unless, when this could be bad, is if he's using the prospect of handling that for her to get more sex or whatever the fuck. Answer my question. That's all I've wanted. I've had so many questions that you just ignored. Was your girlfriend aware of me and our dynamic? Did you have an open relationship that your girlfriend was aware of? Like, did you both agree to it? And she okay with our dynamic as long as it lasted? I wish you understood how fucking small my wants have been. To expect, I think it's not that small if you're expecting, like, explicit communication in every instance where somebody is, like, not communicating effective or at the time or whatever, right? People can oversleep, people can get sick, people can decide they just need a day offline, right? And they might not know that, like, even, like, you can say, oh, then why agree to this or whatever. Scenarios change, right? You can decide you need to step away despite not thinking that would happen beforehand. You have the right to step away from a dynamic that you're uncomfortable with, right? It's not your obligation to participate in a dynamic that you've now become uncomfortable with, right? Even if that discomfort is temporary. Just because you don't want to have sex one night, it's not like it's not contradictory if you have sex the next night. It's like he has the right to not want to like talk to this person for a day if he wants. It'd be courteous to communicate that. It'd be courteous to communicate that, but it wouldn't be abusive if he failed to. Okay, I appreciate you confirming those. My girlfriend, this is the exact type of ask and answer question I said I would not engage with. I've not stuck to that, but after this, I 100% will. Do not send me any more messages about the situation. If you want people to stop talking about you, then stop publicly engaging. And Discord people are more interested in drama than keeping your DMs private. Having said that, she was not aware of you in particular. She is now, since I told her about the stress this caused. But this is why I think he cheated, just so we're being clear. I think the person wronged in this dynamic is his girlfriend. That's who I think he wronged. Having said that, she was not aware of you in particular. She is now, since I told her about this and the stress of this cause. But as I told you weeks ago, she could change the dynamic between her and I at any time. She's aware of that, and I had a dynamic. Yes. Okay, that's just cope from him. That's total cope from him. Though there is wrongdoing in the context of cheating. He cheated. So this is like the only part to me, the OCD comment, I need to know what the nature of her obsession is, which would be communicated by the context of the message. I need to know what her obsession is that would tell me whether or not OCD could potentially inhibit her ability to retract consent, right? It can. OCD can reduce your agency in very specific contexts. Because OCD, there's typically a core obsession and then a resulting compulsion to alleviate said obsession. But like you could be totally rational and reasonable in all contexts that don't play on the obsession. So yeah, nothing about my mind hasn't really been changed on this. Unless we have something additional that seems to indicate that the specific nature of her obsession made her feel uncomfortable with expressing or retracting consent. What is Liz's Discord? I think she changed her name on that. I had her. I don't know if I don't know if she changed her name. I haven't spoken to her since the day this leaked. So, does anybody know what her Discord is? I'll add her. Somebody put it in an inbox. I'll add her and try to call her. This is all well, obviously it's dragged out. Okay, Gunnar might know. You're asking if she... Well, I would have loved to have asked. But unfortunately, they took too long to send the Discord to me, so you get to her before I do, and she's not going to call in. That's why I should have, before I announced that, I should have had the Discord on hand. Fucking forget it. Oh, you sent it to me yesterday? No, you sent me the other person's Discord, Jimmy, right? You sent me this person. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Never mind. Sorry, Jimmy. Thank you. I'm blocked. I think I'm literally blocked. No, actually, it's good. Ask her to call in. Ask her to call in. I can't get in contact. Has she had any conversations with anybody since, like, on stream since the FMJ combo. I also got this leaked. I don't know what this is. Private the doc. Why? Not a good look. Is he going to hurt me? Is he gonna hurt me? Am I intangible danger? The more you know, the more you know, the more unsafe you is. Okay, that's great stuff. Great stuff, Kathy. I think she called in one more time to Ico's after. Did she? I want to take a look at that. I haven't really... Did we ever actually watch the... I think we did watch the FMJ combo. Like, the end of it. Okay. In other news... Wait, no, we have chat logs. We have chat logs from her. He told me he had short energy, and I was worried I insulted him. Who is she talking? Is she talking about him? Yeah, I don't know why her and Dickers were talking about my height. What context facilitated that? Junk, DM me. Junk, I have some art to show you. Hold on. So I guess she's making a pass on... Oh, she's here? Is the OC... Yes, Liz. Yes, it is. Can you call in? Yes. I will be nice. I promise. I don't know what's... Do you want to call in? It will just be us. I won't bring anybody else in. If I bring anybody else in, you can leave. You can leave. Yes, it will help. Call in. Okay, while you figure that out, I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick, because this could be a while. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. You just want to join my Discord server, and you're gonna want to click the call in, VC. And when you're there, I'll just drag you in. Give me like 1 second, okay? Or 2 seconds. I just lied. Whoa. I don't know. We'll throw some fucking random shit on.
Can I ask you a question? Hold on. Can I ask you a question, Connor?
Sure, go for it.
Thank you for answering my question. I'm kidding, joking. No, like, but the question I'm gonna ask is, well, do you think that Steven is a predator then?
No,
Yeah.
not in the...
Once or twice a week? Okay. He's East Coast, right? I'll work to his schedule. I'll work to his schedule because I don't really have a schedule when I go live, so I'm not gonna give him whenever he's gonna go live.
Not a pedophile predator. I don't think Steven is a predator in the way that people want me to use it.
Have you and Doobie ever hashed this out on whether or not Steven is a predator or not?
The snarkers can have their beliefs and I can have mine. It's not that big of a deal.
Dude, it's so funny. Just DM me. I just remembered. I fucking forgot to DM him back. I'm so bad, man, at responding to people.
I think he and I would actually agree if we got into it. I'm not saying it's like a speaking out.
Really? You're saying that Connor is wrong. Okay.
No. If your standard is having met IRL, food shops never dated anyone. Has Foodjobs never had an IRL relationship?
I'm saying that
Okay,
we're,
so, well,
we're
Connor,
probably using
so
probably using
Connor-
the wording correctly right now.
Dude,
Okay,
But-
hold on.
I-
No, I'm the one that wanted this conversation. I'm the one that I'm not running from Tyler. I don't even know if it's gonna be a debate. It's gonna be more like maybe a conversation where we disagree, so it might be a bit of a debate. But it's gonna be more like a discussion, I think. Where I'm back, and I left my hands wet, so you knew I washed them. Okay, I did wash. I guess you can't see it. All right, we're here. So, anyways, I have all of our okay. Can we call in people? Let's call in. Listen, it's true. It's true. There's no perfect. I'm not completely. There could be something here that changes my mind. There could be. But I want to ask about that thing to see if it exists, right? I'd like, a conversation here would have some utility. Oh, she's moving to another room? Okay, cool. Prove that they're wet from water? And okay. Well, why don't you call in and we could talk about that, Liz? Just call in. Thank you, Himpleton, for the raid. I'm not balding, bro. That's such fucking slander. All right. Is she gonna call in or not? I mean, I kind of take it personally, because she's willing to call in to fucking Nos Live, but not my stream. That's crazy. A concerned citizen told me not to. I highly doubt that actually happened. You're not gonna call in. Whatever. Oh, wait, we know who. My name is Denal. The confirmed child molester on the sex offender registry. I was willing to hear her out on this. I was, right? I saw that one message, and I thought that, okay, this, looks, kind of bad. How's it going? Hello? Give her a second? I'll give her a second. It's okay. We got time. All I got nowadays is time. Oh, wait. Hello?
Hello.
Hi. How's it going?
Hello.
Hi. Is your audio working?
I think so.
Yeah. Sounds like it is. So, what is your, I guess...
Am I echoing?
Yeah, a little bit, yep.
Am I echoing?
Yeah, a little bit, yep. Or...
How about now?
I think it's good. Yeah, it's good. It's good. So I guess, because I feel like maybe I'm missing, a part of this. Yeah, it's still echoing, sorry.
I mean, what are you missing? I haven't been.
Yeah, sorry, is there any way you can fix the echo? I can't talk if I can hear myself talk. I'm sorry.
Whoa, that's annoying.
Do you want to just mute the stream maybe?
Hmm. One second.
Yeah.
One second.
All right. It might be good now.
Good?
Yeah, I can't hear myself echo. Okay, we're good.
Oh, thank God.
Okay. So anyways, so what exactly, I guess, specifically do you feel like about like what he did, like his like wrongdoings here? What would your assessment be?
I mean, I'm working on a timeline myself.
Okay. Well, that would be helpful. But it sounds like you do believe like obviously something wrong happened here. And I guess I was just like a little bit confused on like what specifically the accusation was. So maybe you could elucidate that for me.
Well, like I said, I'm still working on a timeline. There's like a mountain of DMs to go
No, that's
through.
I'm not even asking you to I'm not asking you to give me proof of anything. I'm just asking you like off of what like you've experienced. What is it exactly that you think like Dicker's did here? Like in
Well,
terms of wrongdoing?
I think that he abused the fact that he's a YouTuber and I'm a nobody.
Okay. How so?
I mean, do you often go into conversations with people and ask them for a lot of personal information right away?
Not necessarily. It's going to depend on the conversation, right? If I was engaging with somebody in a manner that's like sexually explicit, I would probably need to know like their actual identity and stuff before I engaged in that manner.
I like that conversation that happened the same day and it went on for like I think we were talking from like 3 something to like 11 p.m.
Okay. And you feel like in that time span, how did he sort of transition to the like when that went from him asking about personal stuff to you sexting? How do you feel like that transition went?
It was fast.
It was fast. Okay. And did you want it to slow down?
I'm not really sure.
Got it. So I guess I'd ask, what were you sure of at the time of leaking this?
That he definitely was fucking weird about a lot of the things he said in those DMs.
Sure. That we could work with that. How so?
Um, like he would say things that seemed like emotional, but then he would flip immediately and be like, no, like that's not what we're here for. He didn't mention a primary partner until way, way after we started. The only reference to having an open relationship was him saying, like, same. Which
Well,
we both could have been adults in that situation and said, like, we should really talk about this. But, like, he's implying that he was upfront when, like, one word is not upfront to me.
well, so did you know that he had a girlfriend?
I honestly, I'm a little ambivalent on it. Like, I had asked him other questions relating to things he had said on stream,
So,
and
okay.
he said, "Oh, those were jokes."
Okay, so you don't know if you knew that he had a girlfriend.
Yeah.
Did he? Okay. See, like the thing is, before I actually,
He doesn't say it on stream that often either.
I mean, he says it like enough where it is like if you're watching the guy, you probably watch him more than I do. Maybe you could have conceivably never heard it, right? That could be possible. But he is like relatively open about the fact that he's like with another woman.
In a way to kind of like prove my point on that, I literally went through transcripts of his videos to see when, because I only started watching in like June. I became a member in June.
Mm-hmm.
So from June to when I stopped watching, I saw in the transcripts 3 or 4 mentions, and 2 of them were jokes.
Did you use for the transcript? Did you actually like just manually search the transcripts, or did you use Filmot?
No, I didn't use Filmot. I searched and I looked for the context of him saying girlfriend.
Since June, and
Mhm.
so okay, and the dynamic between you two ended in late July.
Mhm.
Okay, I feel like 3 times, and he never at any point in DMs. We're not going to see any DMs come out of him saying to you in DMs that he has a girlfriend in between that period.
Not until after. Not until after.
Like at the very end.
Mhm.
Got it. Got it. And that would have, you knowing he would, okay, so your knowledge of whether or not he has a girlfriend would have done what for you? You wouldn't have proceeded anyways if you knew he had a girlfriend?
Well, girlfriend and open relationship. Like, he would use primary partner, but other people would say girlfriend. And in my head, like, if you're talking about an open relationship, that's not the same thing. Like, it seemed like other people thought.
When did he, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. When did he say the primary partner thing? It's a little weird.
Like, after the sexting, I had said I was, like, anxious about...
The first time, or
Yeah.
was it after the first time?
I can check my timeline, but yeah, he literally said it after.
After you sexted for the first time?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Well, I think it was after the video, too.
well, you sexted for the first time in June, right?
No, it would have been July? I could check.
When you sexted for the
If I
first
have
time? Okay.
July. Either 18th or 19th.
July 18th or 19th. Okay. So, and it was after that on the, you'd estimate maybe the 19th with like a little margin of error that he used the primary partner line, right?
It would have been, let me see. I'm a little unprepared, sorry.
No worries.
One moment. July 26th.
Okay. July 26th. Got it. Is the first time he used the word primary partner with you?
In the DMs, yep.
In the DMs. So, did he ever tell you in VC or anything? Okay. So there was no specific indication to you that he was with somebody else until the 26th.
Indication, yeah, based on same, but like I said, we never sat down and like hashed it out, which I think is important if you're gonna do that.
Of course. But are you saying there was like some indication prior to the 26th?
Just the word same.
Just the word, sorry, the word what?
The word same, that's what he said.
Same in response to
talking about like open relationships, but that doesn't tell you
Wait, no, but like the specific
nitty-gritties of it.
I'm sorry, I'm just like a little bit confused. The same would have been in response to what like specific thing you guys are talking about, open relationships, that would be an indication? Because to me, what you said doesn't seem to indicate he has a girlfriend. But I'm curious, what led you to believe that indicates he has a girlfriend based on the context?
So we were talking about a YouTuber that had a controversy and cheating somehow came up. He said, I don't know why you wouldn't just adopt a more flexible relationship model. I said, that's what I did. And he said, same. And that was the only conversation we had had about it.
Okay, so that could maybe indicate he had a past partner. I guess that wouldn't necessarily indicate a present partner. So other than that, there was no indicator to you that he was still with another woman?
Mostly just like oblique references, like he would say like we and us, like talking about his living situation.
Oh, okay, so that
But
might be
he wouldn't say like, and I didn't want to ask.
But did you when he was saying we and us after he had said like same in response, like in reference to what could either be a present or past relationship, to you, was there suspicion that he could be presently with somebody?
I mean, maybe, but we and us, like that was such a broad term that like, and he also had someone living with him temporarily. So like I said, we, us, he talked about roommates previously. He had talked about, like there was no solid mention in the DMs about having a partner or girlfriend, anything until way after.
Sure, solid. But maybe if he was, do you think from his perspective, he could believe, since he was open about the fact that he had a girlfriend, he was making statements such as we, us, referencing a relationship. Do you think from his perspective, he might believe that you would have just known he had a girlfriend?
I mean, he expected me to know that they had been dating for like 18 months and he had talked about it on stream. And I think he genuinely expected me to know like everything about him.
Wait, when was the 18 months comment? When was that?
That was in one of the later DMs after, when he was talking about like, oh, you know, I've been open about this. You should know my lore. That was kind of like that's what he said. You should know what my lore. Everyone knows what my lore is, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that.
Okay. So, so just so we're being real here, okay? Because I am gonna, of course, like verify some of these things myself. You didn't think he had a girlfriend up until he told you on the 26th?
No, not really. Like I said, it would have been better if we had a conversation at the beginning.
Of course it would be. I agree. I agree with you. But you didn't even suspect it?
I mean, maybe, but like I said,
Well, you either suspected or you didn't.
no.
Okay, you didn't suspect that he had a girlfriend. Got it. So, I think here, that failure to communicate, what that would indicate to me is, he could have potentially been having an affair. He could have been cheating on his girlfriend, right?
Well, that's when you said he had a girlfriend. That's kind of what I thought. I was like, or when talk of a girlfriend had come up with, you know.
Well, when I told you, when I said the girlfriend part, you didn't like act surprised when I said that. I'm pretty sure your specific response was, and this would have been on what day?
Yeah, no, I know what I said. No, a lot of people will lie about being in open relationships to cheat on their girlfriends.
Got it. But when I told you this, was this the first time you had ever heard that he has a girlfriend?
Solidly, someone who knew him saying he had a girlfriend, yes.
So not solidly someone, like, this is the first time you've been told he has a girlfriend by anyone.
Yeah.
Period. Nobody before had told you he had a girlfriend.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Got it. Wait, hold on. Because you're okay. So what you say to me when I ask you at 2:17 a.m., I think it was on, I forget the exact day. I'd said, why is he
August 2nd.
or yeah, August 2nd. I asked, why is he still with his girlfriend? And you said, I honestly didn't think she was real. So that sounds a little bit different than I didn't know about her. That sounds like you heard about it, but you didn't think that she was real.
That goes back into like the whole thing where I had asked him something about something he said on stream, and he said it was a joke. So I just assumed that like a lot of the stuff, the lore,
And when did you? Okay,
what little I knew.
so you did hear him say as a girlfriend on stream. You just didn't believe it?
Mm-hmm.
Because I thought before you were indicating that you hadn't previously heard him say it on stream.
No, he said it 4 times,
Okay,
a
so
few times, and I thought it was a joke.
okay, so you heard 4 different times that he had a girlfriend. He was saying we and us in reference to somebody else he lived with. He was alluding to having been in a relationship, and you never put 2 and 2 together?
No.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So after that, I guess, besides, because here, my worst interpretation would be he was cheating with his girlfriend, right? Potentially. Obviously, he says something different. I don't know if I buy that. In regards to, as it pertains to you, do you feel like he was abusive?
That's kind of a heavy question. I think that using BDSM lingo, I do think that he was abusive.
Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm just like a little confused. Using BDSM like abusive in the context of like the BDSM dynamic, like he was like hurting you as a dom, like in a way that's part of BDSM.
We actually went over it. There's a video that goes over it because I talked to this person. It's Dio in chat. That basically because he was LARPing as a dom, I was like trusting in a lot of the things he had said.
You were trusting in a lot of things he said. Why? What? Like, I'm sorry. Can you maybe elaborate on that a little bit?
Giving directions, having a dynamic, roles, scenes, play, that kind of thing.
Yeah. So what like about that made you feel like you were misled in that context?
Well, he definitely really wanted to act like a dom.
Well, I mean,
But-
yeah, it's obviously what the guy gets off to. He's obviously not doing it for fun. He's doing it to get his fucking rocks off. So,
Well, so we never had a discussion about like limits. He calls them boundaries. It was like expected that like I would basically do what he asked, but if he was uncomfortable doing something, I would respect that. Like there's a whole DM set where I am very clearly uncomfortable with sending a video because I don't want to do that. I was fine with pictures. So he would say, ask for something, and I would be like, can I just send a picture instead? But then I asked him to send a picture. He says he's uncomfortable, and I said, okay.
okay, so you felt like your needs were unreciprocated, like he wasn't pleasuring you in the same way you were doing for him.
No, I think that it was very like he had more power in the scenario because I liked him. I didn't want to scare him off. That he was able to say, I don't want to do that. I'm uncomfortable, and I felt like I wasn't able to.
Sure, okay. I'm glad you said that because that could be concerning for me. What led to you believing like you couldn't express that?
We didn't have a safe word. We never discussed any kind of limits. We never went over what we were comfortable doing.
Do you know why? Just out of curiosity, do you know what the purpose of a safe word is? Like instead of like, because typically no, in a context of regular sex, would work, right? The reason why does BDSM specifically have a safe word?
it has a safe word because in a lot of play, especially with certain subtypes, the word no could be like part of the play.
Yeah, like CNC or whatever, right? So no
Yep.
wouldn't serve any conversational utility when two people are like engaging in a BDSM dynamic in real life, right? In
Yeah.
this capacity, if you were to say, I'm like legitimately, I don't want to do this anymore. This isn't like like I'm done here or whatever, right? What prevented that you from saying that?
We didn't really talk about that, but also like the things he was asking for, like I think he said something along the lines of, I want to see how far I can push you.
Got it. And to you,
I was almost rewarded for doing things I didn't want to do.
things you legitimately didn't want to do. So
Like,
yeah,
at least was uncomfortable with the idea of.
yeah. And what was like the core fear in like blocking him?
I mean, he was basically like the only person I really talked to on Discord. We had at least something of a friendship, at least I thought. I mean, it did feel like that friendship got funneled into like whatever the fuck that was.
A friendship? Or was it
Like it feels like he knew that based on certain interactions, he knew I was a fan. And I didn't want him to,
how long were you a fan
block me
for?
or leave me.
I know there like was a different answer on this, but like apparently like you didn't even know he had a girlfriend. So I was just like, how long were you a fan of his?
Couple months.
Couple of months.
It moved fast.
Okay, it moved, but like in that. So the thing is, right? I think power dynamics exist in every. Like, I don't think any two people are ever going to be identically power matched, right? Natural power dynamics exist in every like sexual context, right? Somebody could have a
Yes.
better job than the person they're having sex with, etc. The question becomes: is the power dynamic to such an extent where the other person's consent is being coerced? And I think that that would exist in cases like if we're talking about Harvey Weinstein, for example, where a lot of young actresses felt like they didn't have a chance unless they had sex with him to make it in their respective industry. There was the fear that if they didn't do that, their career would be jeopardized, right? So what about this power dynamic did you feel like would jeopardize you if you were to desist communications?
Well, he was really good at digging up some of my information, my alternate accounts. He showed that in at least one DM. He's, hit me with a "this you" on one of my alts. It seemed like he was really good at like finding some more private information, but he also like had a lot of my private information.
Did he ever leak that private information without your consent?
No. At least publicly to my knowledge, no.
So was there any reason to suspect he would leverage that against you if you left him, other than the fact that you gave him private information?
During the conversation where he said "same," the one where he said that was him being upfront about open relationship. In response, I said like the eyeball emoji or whatever, and he said, "But this stays private, right?" And then he said my name, which I kind of took to mean like
your first name.
Yeah, my real name.
Were you guys on a real first name basis with one another?
I gave it to him.
Yeah. So outside of that, did he ever call you by your actual first name?
No.
That was the only time he ever called you by your real first name. Got it. Okay. So I think I figured that out. So you were okay. So you felt as though you were not able to retract your consent or assert your boundaries because he could retaliate against you with private information you've given him. Do I have that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So then my question is, why were when you were leaking this to me or like to other people, he still had your private information. So why was that not like a factor anymore?
I needed to like talk to people. I was pretty isolated and didn't know who to talk to, and I picked a couple of actually you were fine, but some of them were the worst choices, I think.
Like who?
Come on, do I have to say Steve?
You don't have to. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do, right? Obviously, I'd like for you to say it, but you don't have to do anything you don't want to do. But
Thank you.
So, anyways, as I was saying before, so in this context, I guess, what exactly minimized those fears for you?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Sure. So you felt like the reason you couldn't like retract your consent or exercise autonomy is because he could retaliate against you, with potentially negative adverse consequences. That adverse consequence being the dissemination of your personal information, right? So if that factor existed and inhibited you from, not saying no or ceasing communications when you didn't want to, when you were like leaking this to people or to the public, right? Where was the why did you think now he had lost the ability to retaliate with the use of your personal information?
No, I thought he still could.
You thought he still could, but why? What changed that enabled you to be willing to assert your will despite that factor existing that wasn't there before?
I'm actually not sure.
You're not sure?
I think someone gave me someone to talk to, and I just confessed.
Okay, but then even after that confession to me, wasn't there like there's now more leaks now with this like document or whatever. He hasn't released your personal information to my knowledge. He still has that. So I guess I'm sort of confused as to where the willingness to sort of do things that could potentially anger him, why that is here now, if the core fear that sort of reduced your autonomy and agency in the dynamic was the ability for him to retaliate with your personal information. That still exists.
I mean, it was a rough couple of weeks. I think to a point I was just like, fuck it. If I get doxxed, I get doxxed.
Okay. But that fear allegedly made you consent to sexual exchanges that you did not want. So
Well, that I was uncomfortable with, but did do.
did do. Okay. Did you like what you had with him? Was it
Of course, it's special attention from somebody. Like, everybody likes being called beautiful and having someone spend time with you.
got it?
Talking.
And do you feel like that was manipulative or?
I think based on how he would switch from saying these things to going and saying like, no, this is an emotional attachment. I don't know if it was actively manipulation, but it does feel like it was manipulative. I don't know if he was doing it on purpose.
Got it. So, okay, so this has highlighted a few things for me. So, do you in hindsight, with the knowledge that you have, do you think this was abuse?
I think so. If you're telling me one thing and then, I give you my nudes, I give you sexual attention, and then you turn around and say, "Oh, it's not emotional."
So, would you say like in an instance of like like maybe they're like it's a Tinder hookup or something, one party's looking for more, the other one just wants to fuck, isn't feeling it, so like the next day ghosts or whatever, you feel like that would be abusive?
It depends. I think that if you are the things that he had been implying in some of those messages were a little bit more than just saying like, let's date. It was not quite dating. It was like oblique references to coming to the US. And I said, like, he'll say it was a joke or like that he didn't mean it, because in a later DM he says, I'm never coming to the US. But to me, if you read that message, it says, like, too bad VidCon just passed. It's like, it sounds like if there was an opportunity to meet me in person, he would do it.
Did he say when he was
He would
talking
have
about,
sex with me in person.
did he say, I thought I'm sorry, maybe this message came later. I thought that he said, just so we're like clear, I'm not looking for anything more than to just fuck about online. I thought he said that.
He said that after.
And did you continue sexting?
Yeah, because that was something he made clear at that point, and I said, okay. Or I said, oh, or something like that, but I agreed to continue.
Okay, so this it doesn't seem like the sexting was motivated by the prospect of fucking in real life, right?
No.
Okay, so I don't necessarily know why that would have changed anything.
Like I said, sometimes it sounded like he was more emotionally attached. I mean, I have like my own pet theories for it, but
I'd love to hear them.
well, I do think in hindsight he was cheating on his girlfriend by sexting, and I think he either felt guilty and, you know, oh, you're too emotionally attached, started, pushing away, not talking as much, or she found out. Or maybe he was being secretive and weird and she asked him about it. I don't know.
That might have been what happened potentially. I think he could have cheated, and that would his poor girlfriend there would have been wronged. She seems to love him very much.
Yeah.
And it's obviously fucked up to do to her. But I think that when we're talking about it, I think like there's cheating, right? And then there's like abuse. I think abuse is like career sort of jeopardizing. Cheating is bad as well, but it's also something that's like unfortunately all too common. And something that is really, in terms of the public interpretation, it's really left up to the victim of the sort of affair to determine.
I'm not going to put words in her mouth about whether or not that's abusive to her, but
Okay, so I guess we're just to bring it back to like your abuse. I guess so. So for you, the abuse was that he was like telling you that he might go out to the U.S.
no. It was the BDSM parts that were largely the abuse. But he also
I
used an
thought.
emotional angle to kind of like, you know, at least from what I read in those messages, it seemed like, if that makes sense.
Sort of. I guess in more specifically in like the BD, like it sounds to me like potentially there could have possibly have been like maybe leading on to some prospects about like maybe wanting something more, but it seems like he eventually did explicitly communicate that, and that didn't really change much. So I don't necessarily know if that was like a huge factor here. But in regards to the abuse occurring in the BDSM context, I guess that part is what I'm mostly confused about here.
Well, actually, the person who could explain that best is in the comments.
Well, that person should not be able to like it's up to it is up to you here to determine if abuse happened or not. That person could make inferences, but it sounds like that individual is doing a lot of assuming. So I think it's better to ask you, right? Because you're the person that was actually involved in the exchange. So I was just curious what you felt like was abusive in the BDSM dynamic.
I mean, like I said, I'm working on it. I'm working out a timeline myself, just to kind of.
We don't need a time. What you don't? I don't need the evidence right now. I'm just asking.
I don't exactly have like the language, the way that the woman who made the BDSM video, I don't have the linguistic knowledge to explain all of it, if that makes sense.
But in your mind, when you determined that this was abuse, what were you thinking of, like, specifically? It doesn't matter if you're not explaining it, like, wholly accurately or necessarily as, like...
I mean, it kind of does, because there's a lot of people who have taken snippets of my words, so I'm a little concerned. You can understand why I'm anxious to talk about a lot of this.
Well, I mean, I guess, sort of, but, like, also, this is public, ultimately. It was your decision, right? So obviously I think, like, clarification would probably be sort of necessary.
Yeah, I'll clarify, not live.
Not live? Is there any particular
No.
reason for that?
I'm uncomfortable.
You're uncomfortable clarifying about the allegations that you brought forward to the public on live?
Mm-hmm.
So why even bring this to the public?
Because I think people should know.
No, yeah, okay, but know what? That's what I'm asking you. Where was the abuse and the BDSM dynamic?
Can I do this not while live?
I don't know if I necessarily have much interest in engaging off stream, to be honest with you.
That's fair.
So if you're unwilling to elaborate on that, I think we've reached sort of an impasse.
Yes.
It did sound like you lied to me, though, when you told me that you had never heard from him, that he had a girlfriend, and then immediately backtracked on that earlier and said you had heard in a previous stream that he had a girlfriend and assumed it was a joke. That seemed to contradict your earlier statement. So I guess my question is, why would you lie to me?
Does that sound... Those two sentences are different to me. Do you know he had a girlfriend, and I heard him say it, but I thought it was a joke, or two different things?
Yeah, sure, but I was explicitly asking you for, like, I was getting into specific because some of the wording was vague. I was explicitly asking, like, did he ever imply that he had a girlfriend? Did he ever, it wasn't like did those words ever come out of his mouth, right? Not whether or not you believed it to be true. And you said that he hadn't said anything even indicating it, right? And you said that you don't watch his streams that often, so you hadn't heard him say it on the stream?
I could chalk it up to thinking that these are two different questions.
Got it. And just to re-ask earlier, so you said, okay, so just once again, because I just want to make sure, I don't want to get anything wrong. 4 times, you heard him say the girlfriend thing 4 times, but you...
Because I had that 4 times thing was when I was looking it up in the transcripts.
I thought that... Wait, but that's how you said you found out after the fact. But I thought that before, the 4 times thing was you heard it 4 times and assumed it was a joke.
If I'd watched the streams, and they're in the transcript, I would have had to have heard it, right?
Yeah, so yeah, you claimed you had heard it and believed it to be a joke, which is why you didn't...
A joke, yes.
Okay, so you'd heard it 4 times before, and you believed it to be a joke. And then when you were seeing him say things like we, us, you just decided you didn't think there was anything of it?
No.
Okay, are you a fucking idiot?
Probably.
I mean, I don't know, like, this is a really hard buy, I'm gonna be honest. Like, you heard it 4 times,
what?
You just thought it was like a
You're the
bit?
one who asked me to come on here. Like,
I did, I heard you out. Like, for me to accept that, like, I would have to unironically believe you're a moron. For me to accept that.
That's okay.
Do you think people are gonna... I mean, you could be a moron as well, but, like, I feel like that's so ridiculously obvious. Like, I feel like it's very hard for you to not even ask for clarification if you said it 4 times.
Like I said, I don't want to go on. I don't want to continue talking about it, please. Thank you.
You don't want to talk about it. You're the one that made this public. You're the one that is continuously making this public. Obviously, there's some party that wants to talk about this. You just don't like getting pushback on it, which is a part of any narrative, right? People are going to be asking questions, and if you believe a narrative is worth bringing to the public, those are questions you have to answer, right?
Of course, but, like, I don't want to do it live.
You don't want to... Why? What changes?
Because I have, like, an anxiety disorder.
So do I.
That's why?
Is it generalized anxiety disorder?
No.
Okay, maybe it's something else. Oh, wait, you said OCD. Never mind.
Yes.
Okay. So if that's why your OCD is why you, I guess, can't talk about this on live?
I'm very anxious. Yes.
Because, like, okay, what is there, like, what do you believe is going to happen if you talk about this on live? What's the core fear?
Based on everything that's happened, I'm just I don't want to say something and have that be like solid. Does that make sense? Like I need time to think that, and I don't have
I mean,
time when I'm
we're now what? We're on August. This was first brought to me in late July. We're on August 18th now. I feel like you should be able to know where the abuse was here, if you're the one that brought forth the allegation.
I don't want to talk about it publicly.
You're the one that made it public, so that's obviously not true.
And then people didn't want to hear about it.
And you decided to contribute to that, so obviously you wanted to make it public.
Can I leave, please?
No. Do you want to answer my question? Where was the abuse?
I don't want to answer it on live. I'm uncomfortable with answering it live.
I'm uncomfortable with you telling me about these allegations, but not being willing to answer, like, where the abuse happened. I feel like, honestly, victimized myself right now. If you don't tell me where the abuse was, I feel taken advantage of. Because it sounds to me like I was being used to satisfy a personal grudge. I thought I was listening to an abuse survivor. Do you think
you weren't, but it...
I wasn't listening to an abuse survivor? I thought you were abused.
No, you weren't being used.
Well, you were feeding me this info, and you're talking to me about making it public on my stream, but you were now admitting that you're unwilling to say on live what happened, like, where the abuse was in this exchange?
I told you,
Do you think I'm like a fucking idiot?
No.
Okay, so then why can't you tell me where the abuse was?
I told you I don't want to talk about it live. I'm very uncomfortable right now. Please.
I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable too. I honestly feel like I was taken advantage of to satisfy somebody's, like, relationship grudge or some fucking shit, right? I feel uncomfortable. So that's why I want to know if abuse actually happened here. So once again, I'll ask you very quickly. You've had multiple days to talk about this. Re-review your own DMs. You've leaked it repeatedly. You're obviously okay disseminating information to the public. Where was the abuse?
I am very uncomfortable. I'm going to go. Thank you for your time.
Take care. What a fucking lying, manipulative fucking wretch. Holy fuck, dude. That's crazy. Thank you, Goat, for the 10. I don't want to talk about it publicly, but I'm gonna stream hop and talk about it in stream chats and tell. Yeah, she told Diorio. It's like a total fucking contradiction. It's literally just like a total fucking contradiction. I've never seen someone. By the way, folks, we're a quarter of the way to Streamly Goal. If you want to help us out, you can tip through Streamlabs and Super Chats. I'll read your awesome message. Hit that like button if you haven't already. 200 watching, 50 likes. Hit that fucking like button. But anyways, as I was saying, I just like I feel like at the bare minimum, if you're bringing like if you're leaking like intimately like sexual details to the public and justifying it under the prospect that you've been wronged or abused, you should be able to tell us what the abuse was. I actually don't care that she's uncomfortable, because it's actually more uncomfortable to have your explicit sexual details plastered online, and I think people that do that for no reason are the scum of the earth. Literally the worst types of people that do not respect consent in a sexual context, right? So I actually hate people that do that. We got consensual relationship allegations now, dog. What are we doing? I don't know. I actually just don't fucking know. I don't know. How long until I'm the how long until I'm the abuser here, man? I don't know, man. I got sent something. Let me take a look. I could have been more mean. I don't know if anyone saw what I was doing, but I was being very fucking purposeful. Because, like, Nose did make a valid point about his interview. He's like, if I gave her any pushback, she would have fucking left. Or whatever. And he's new to the game or whatever, right? So I'm a little sympathetic. But in a conversation like that, you can get somebody to dig themselves into the hole by... You can ask them questions in a non-combative manner and get somebody to dig that themselves, right? Without making their natural defenses go up. Now, FMJ wants in. All right, I'll bring FMJ in. FMJ, what's up?
Oh shit. You're.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, why didn't you ask her if something was mentally going on with her?
I did. I asked her. She said she had an anxiety condition. I asked her to elaborate. She said she had OCD, which I already know. And then when I asked her to explain it, she proceeded to explain something that was not OCD. That was just anxiety as a result of being fearful that people are going to be combative, right?
Yeah. Do you think that? But the conversation that you had, do you think that was like with a fully, what am I trying to say, like a person that was all the way there as a participant?
I don't think anybody on here is all the way there. What that conversation indicated to me was somebody that was deeply nervous. And I think that in a case where you've sold a lie to the public that you're now being forced to defend, nervousness would actually be a response that someone would expect if somebody's like still grappling to that lie. That wouldn't necessarily indicate like such severe disability that you wouldn't be able to proceed.
Okay, I was just saying, like, from this now the third conversation that I've seen with her, I don't think that that person is playing with the whole deck of cards like everybody else, to be clear. That's why I kind of feel bad now that she didn't really give me much of a chance, because she just shut down immediately and told me just fuck off, who cares. But I don't know if the right questions were asked to that person, or if it's needed to. But I also wanted to ask you, it seems like you're flipping completely now, because you were the one that was prodding her for this information, right?
Of course, because I'm a drama YouTuber. I like information to leak or whatever, and I felt like Dickers was like super happy when it happened to me. So it was nice to watch him have to like experience what I thought he enjoyed others experiencing. But then it doesn't mean I have to like her.
Yeah, I was just saying it means that at that point you have no right to talk down on her for leaking in of it, because you were like prodding her to leak it, right?
Of course I do. The information was in her control, and also I wasn't the one that finally got her to leak it. She did that on her own.
But your prodding obviously helped it, right?
Possibly. She claims the reason she went ahead with it was because I didn't respond or something, right?
Yeah, she got nervous that you didn't respond for a day, and
yeah, and that's why she jumped the gun and then leaked it.
I think that was another excuse though. But even when like how nobody heard anything about him being abusive explicitly just on not interacting with BDSM correctly, up until the point where that other person made this video, and then she's like completely repeating it.
Yeah, well, it sounds like she's being fed lines by this other individual, right? Which is why I wanted her to answer on the spot, because I felt like she would defer to them too. It sounds to me like there's grievances over things that a lot of people would have grievances in like sexual dynamics, relationships about. But those things are not like abusive, right? There would be poor communication, etc. It sounds like because she wants this to be taken more seriously, it sounds like she needs to insinuate constantly that this is abuse. And it seems like she doesn't actually know why. So she's deferring to somebody else entirely to basically spin that narrative for her.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't think that she's all the way there. But that was the only thing I wanted to say about all of that.
Yep, no worries. Pieces. All right. Anyways, folks, give me 1 second. I'm just grabbing something. 1 second. We hear a sort of more nuanced perspective on doxing.
I've said this before.
My grandma.
I would like the talking stick just real quick. I think that people I feel like I've actually taken a lot of punishment for trying to be nuanced in this conversation. When Lav, Mr. Girl, and the Snarkers tried to call Steven a predator, what they want to depict him as is a guy sneaking around in the fucking bushes looking for minors to fucking forcibly rape. That's
I've said before, I don't think that Steven's a pedophile. I think that he's many other things, but I was never sold on the idea necessarily that he was a pedophile. He's done shit that, like, it looks weird as fuck, and I wouldn't blame somebody else for, but nothing, like, as a paraphilia, nothing seems to me that is, like, a specific predilection for kids.
the kind of like threat that they're trying to portray. I think Steven is reckless, stupid, fucked up, hurts people. There's 10,000 other adjectives that I would use to describe Steven's behavior.
He's even like, Owlish is getting offended right now, and Connor's being like way lighter on Steven than like your average snark would be.
Behavior, but I would not be trying to paint that picture of a predatory, forcible rapist.
Thank you. That's the answer I want to hear. Okay, so Connor, if you say that Steven is super reckless, would you also say that I'm super reckless and not predatory?
Okay. If you isolate the variables of this event, sure, but there's an additional level of what skeeves me out.
Dude, I was just thinking about it. I think that the clip of him being like, "Can I leave?" And I'm like, "No." I think that's like, it's a bad clip, man. I turned off my light so I could charge my vape, so I'm red again. I won't be red for that long. Yo, I sent Don on Streamlabs. So I'm sorry, man. I'll check that out really quick. We got some more stuff to cover. Thank you, Glenn, for the 5. Justice for Aiden. Justice for Gunner42. Justice for anyone sent unsolicited, unwanted images by. I feel used, to be honest with you. What about my consent? Okay? What about my consent? I never agreed to spearhead an abuse allegation if I didn't know where the abuse was. What about my consent? Hold on. Yeah, you don't. Nobody's arguing that her being a bad person makes this not abusive. She can be a cannibal for all I care and still be a victim of abuse. That's not influencing my decision here. My problem with this is that nobody's actually able to describe where like demonstrable abuse occurred, right? It sounds to me like you potentially had like, it's like fuckboy shit almost. Like it's obviously very different than that. Let's just be clear. But like you have a lot of guys that like will like call someone beautiful or they're just looking to fuck. But it seems like he explicitly communicated at some point with her that he was just looking to play online. Now I think that obviously it would be great if he was like a stellar communicator in every regard. And there are obviously deficits in his end. I personally think he cheated, right? And that's something he's gonna have to answer to with his girlfriend. But as it pertains to her, I've actually seen nothing about the seemingly indicating abuse. And that's not to say fuckboy shit is good. It's not, right? I think fuckboy shit is cringe. But I also don't think it's abusive, like, necessarily, right? Thank you, Patrick, with the 3. If I see Aiden in the streets of LA, I will poo into my hand and throw it at him. You'd actually fit in great in LA. I think I saw it happen to a guy last week. Anyways. I still don't know what that, like, I still don't know what that means. Like, you can abuse, like the problem I see, the risk I see in a BDSM exchange, once again, is somebody not wanting something, communicating that they don't want it, and that isn't listened to because it's otherwise a regular part of the role-playing dynamic. But that's why safe words would exist. I think in this scenario, this person believed and knew that they had the capability to stop communicating if they so wished, and there was nothing about him that would scare them into feeling like they couldn't, right? I don't buy that they were scared he was going to release their docs, because the only person I think that's like been leaking info has been her, as it pertains to the two of them, right? Nothing okay, FMJ wants back in. Hello?
Oh, my bad. Last thing, you literally got her to stay on the stream for like extra 10 minutes by saying no to her. Do you think that, do you really think that she could have just blocked him?
I think she was yes, I think she was scared to leave because if you leave a conversation, you look embarrassing as fuck. I've had a lot of people that want to leave a conversation very obviously and don't.
But
Because
more embarrassing than asking, please, can I leave?
more embarrassing than asking, please, can I leave? Yes,
And then,
a lot of
and then
people
being told, and then being told no and sitting there like a fucking idiot. Are you serious?
Yeah, I think that if she left, she would have been concerned that I would use that against her, or potentially, like there are a lot of people that don't want to leave because they want to save face, right? Running looks pretty bad. You like there's an inclination amongst the chat to assume guilt when you leave, unironically.
Yeah, I would just say it looks way fucking worse that she's saying over and over, like she said it 5 times before she actually left.
Yeah,
Can I please leave? I'm comfortable now. Can I leave? I'm just saying, can I leave? And that was like a almost mirror from the situation where she was trying to point out when Dickers asked her to send a video of holding her titties or whatever the fuck, and she said, I'm shy. And instead of just like backing off of that, he just asked in a different way. It was like, oh, well, okay, you could just show me your titties then.
That fear could have possibly existed, but I haven't seen any evidence he leveraged that. Anything that...
did you leverage that? Did you? She just.
I was sorry. I was being.
Just
that was sarcasm, right? When I said no to her.
I don't. By her listening to you, I don't think that she really took that as sarcastic.
She's 22 years old, unless she has a disability that we're like unaware of.
That's what I am saying. That's what I've been saying since I heard it the first time. I think she's slow.
It's been asked multiple times by several people. She's never communicated that. I feel like if she had like a diagnosed like disability that affects her cognitively, and she's trying to make this look like abuse, that would have been communicated.
I would have liked you asked that specifically.
I mean, sure, I could have taken her blood pressure while I'm but like, I feel like if she was going to communicate that, she would have said that.
I feel like you're putting a lot of onus onto somebody who's shown that they don't have much, outside of, I do believe that she was being deceptive and just lying at certain points.
Obviously.
But
right? And
outside of that, I think that she's just like trying to appease people. I don't know what the fuck is going on, to be honest.
She wants the public to back her narrative. So obviously what people think is going to be valuable to her.
Yeah, and another one more thing. I don't like how you're saying that, oh, I think this has gone too far and all the other shit. Like when you open the floodgates.
I think that the fact this has been dragged on for multiple days and she's alleging serious abuse, yeah, I think that extends, and like leaking images of him, I think that extends far beyond like embarrassing sexting, right? She's like straight up accusing him of abuse. I never asked her to do that. She did that herself.
I know you never asked. I'm pretty sure you didn't ask her to do anything in specifics here, but you started it, the floodgates of it. I don't think that you can like back off and say like, oh, this kind of.
Well, no. Just because I was like having Schadenfreude and like was happy to see someone experience what I think they've enjoyed doing to others. That doesn't mean I have to continuously back a fake abuse allegation.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I'm saying like you were a part of the whole creation of this or whatever the genesis of it. I don't think you get to back off now.
I mean, partially, sure. It seems like you agree that I'm able to back off in the context of, not backing her fake abuse allegation. Which is what I'm doing.
Yeah, I mean, like in a way, like, oh, this is all just craziness now. Like,
yeah, it is. She's falsely accusing somebody of abuse.
Yeah, I still think you have to like take some culpability in like your actions in a situation of starting it, right?
I mean, I'll take culpability if at any point I instructed her to falsely accuse him of abuse, but she, to my knowledge, is a grown woman with nothing impeding her, like nothing that we know of, seemingly impeding her like cognitively where she can't give like informed consent to acts. And that would have been her decision, right? I would take accountability if I encouraged that or asked her to do that.
You were definitely encouraging it.
I asked her to accuse him of abuse.
That was not given. No. You were encouraging the behavior that she was doing. You were prodding her for information. You were having a conversation for hours, going on, asking questions back and forth. That is obviously
okay. So do you?
You're feeding into the behavior that she's exhibiting. That you're now saying that it's too far.
So let's assume for a minute I stopped talking to her, just like on day one. You don't think this would have come out?
I would think that then you have a right to say that this is way too much, right? But
I think I have a right to say that now because I never backed her allegation.
Can I finish? Can I finish? But since you did not, and you engaged with it from day one and had an hours-long conversation, most of the allegations, all this shit spawned from a conversation with you.
Wait, why would me? Why would no? That's like that's like there's okay. That's like a total non sequitur. Why would me being okay with like a little bit of embarrassment mean I'm okay with false allegations? If it's now exceeded what I've expressed, I'm okay with. Of course, I have a right to back off.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you are okay with it. I'm saying that you are part of the cause of it. So I don't think you get to like just back your hands off and attack the other people for it.
Who am I attacking? I'm attacking her for making this claim and bringing it to the public and not willing to elaborate what exactly abusive thing happened here when that's the nature of her allegation, right?
Well, yeah, I can kind of get that because now she's going to extend it past further. But still, do you not see what I'm saying by like you engage in the conversations of all the leaking and all that shit, and most of the shit coming from a conversation with you that you have more responsibility than you're letting on in the situation?
No, I feel like I've owned from the beginning that I wanted this. I've owned on this stream multiple times that I was happy to watch him get embarrassed right there, right?
Yeah, but now that it's gone further than you felt that you control, you still have culpability in that. You right? You understand that, right?
Well, I would have culpability in that if anything I did is what's enabling the bad behavior, which I don't buy, right? I think she would make this allegation without me. Right? I don't think Gooner 42.
We don't have to.
I don't think Gooner 42.
I don't think that we have to think like that because it came through you, right? That's like woulda, coulda, shoulda shit, but it didn't happen. It came through you, so now we're.
Okay, no, there was an accident. There was like an accidental screenshot flash, and then she decided days later, totally unrelated, because I wasn't responding, she decided to just like leak the full thing, right? And then make the allegation.
The screenshot of you prodding her for information, right?
Of course I'm prodding her for information. Yeah, I've never denied that.
So that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
you doing that in the first place is a part of the reason why all of this is happening.
I just don't, but I don't think that's true. I don't think me prodding her for information equates to her accusing him of abuse. That's the thing that.
I didn't say it equates.
Wait, but that's the whole thing that I'm. That's the whole thing that I'm expressing negative feelings for, right?
Yeah, but I'm not saying that you're as bad as her, but I'm saying you have responsibility in the situation as it's played out.
I don't. Of course I do. I've taken this. I've said I've wanted to see him get embarrassed. I've literally owned that from the beginning. Of course, I'm a fucking drama YouTuber. I'm wholly selfish. I've always made that clear. My own best interests supersede everybody else's. I don't deny it. But I also think, but I'm also not going to back an allegation that I think is just being made because somebody's discontent that, in my personal opinion, that he didn't leave his girlfriend for her. So she's going to try to levy career-ruining allegations against him, right? My initial plan was to have her on my stream, have her say what she wanted to say, and then I'd give her the pushback. Because Nose is correct. With people like her, when you give them pushback, they'll never engage. Literally, they will never engage. She ended up jumping the gun because I didn't respond, and she leaked all of it, and then accused him of abuse, which I never, instructed her to do. So, yeah, I'm not. I mean, I'll take responsibility for what I did and what I said, of course. I've owned that from the beginning. But I'm not taking responsibility for what she's doing.
Yeah, I just felt like you kind of like helped her start the fire and then ran away when it was.
I wanted to. No, I wanted to, but she ended up jumping the gun and doing that herself. She was literally
not you wanted to. You did. You part of the information that or the conversation that you had with her was a part of this. All you did help.
That I never. Wait, do you think I leaked that conversation with her?
No, but the conversation you having the conversation
in
with
private
her gives her something to leak. It gives her something to leak, though, right?
Wait, what?
Because you're prodding for information. That's what
maybe on. Wait, why couldn't? What about our conversation allowed her to leak something that she couldn't have leaked? Like if she's leaking it to me,
she could have, should have, maybe would have, but she didn't have to because she had it with you, right? That's all I'm saying.
Wait, but what is?
And I'm now happy that you're just like but I felt like you again that you were helping her set the fire and then putting your hands.
But back. I completely disagree. I don't understand how it follows that me having this conversation with her in private enabled her to leak this at all, right? That's the avenue she decided to do because
like you said, you wanted to bring her on your stream. All of that information was for that purpose.
Of course, and she was disseminating this information to other people as well. She was talking to Gooner 42.
I don't get where you lost at that.
She was.
That's like saying, somebody else could have gave somebody a gun to rob the bank, but I gave him the gun.
What did I do? What did I do to get her to leak to me?
What did you do? You asked the questions.
And she immediately did it, right? And she had already engaged and sought out other individuals to leak this information to. She had organized it into a video, which she uploaded unlisted to YouTube.
A part of it does not mean you have to be a part of it.
A part of asking questions?
Yes.
I'm a grown adult. I can choose to ask questions.
Part of the prodding. But yeah, but then you have culpability for those questions that you asked, right? You're a grown adult.
But I have culpability for asking the questions. Sure, but if like I ask somebody, if I ask somebody a question, if I ask somebody, do you hate that guy over there? And they're like, wait, I really do hate that guy over there. And they go and stab him to fucking death. Of course, I'm not going to take responsibility for that. That's retarded.
Wait, not responsible.
Asking somebody a question is not an implicit endorsement of everything they go and do afterwards.
In that situation, you don't, obviously not, but you still you're a part of the situation.
Nobody's saying I'm a part of it. I thought that wasn't the question. I thought the question was that I'm like responsible for what she's doing now, and I don't have a right to like say what I said, which I think I absolutely have a right to say.
No, I didn't say again. After she did, which she did after the conversation with you, yes, but with the conversation with you is part of why all of this started, is what I'm saying.
When you say all of this, what do you mean?
All of the allegations, all of the streams about them, everything.
I'm sorry. Because she decided to leak her DMs of me, that included information she voluntarily disseminated to me, right? And then decided to disseminate further logs with him. Doesn't that show you that she was just going to leak it and was looking for an avenue to do so and had it all just organized in our DMs?
But
so
the avenue was you. The avenue was you.
Wait,
so I get to say something.
Nothing about nothing about what I'm saying to her. Nothing about what I'm saying to her gives her an additional ability. Gives her an additional ability she would have otherwise had. It's just convenient, right? It's convenient because she's typed it out.
Wait, and you end up like showing the messages. So
showing on my stream? They're public.
So it was the reason why people knew that.
Oh, the initial one? That was a fucking accident. I literally owned that at the time. There was one mess, or it was like 2 messages or some fucking shit. Between her and him.
But it's like it's a little bit more like you gotta take some responsibility, nigga. Everything can't be like, oh, it was them.
I literally said I literally apologized to her and him personally after it leaked. So I don't know what responsibility I'm not taking that you want me to take now. I literally personally reached out to every affected party to say, I'm sorry, that was an accident.
I feel like I've said it. Do
you want me to
culpability in this situation? I feel like you're.
What are you? Do you want me to send Dickers my arm?
Nah, man, you got it.
Oh, okay.
I think that's the last question.
Got it. All right.
All right, man. Shut up.
I still don't really understand. Anyways, I don't feel like, what have I not, of course I've always owned that I asked her questions. I've always owned that I leaked that accidentally, and I owned it to both of them, respectively. So I'm a little confused there. Anyways. So what else do we got? Well, apparently Dean Withers is being accused of rape or some fucking shit. Let's take a look.
This is the most...
FMJ1? What argument did he make that I wasn't able to refute?
This is the most serious video I've ever made. A Trump supporter stole the identity of an innocent 13-year-old girl to falsely accuse me of rape with supporting evidence of poorly botched fake DMs in an attempt to illegitimately deplatform me. In response, the 13-year-old whose identity was stolen made a video calling out the false accuser and anybody
Wait, this Denal guy, I'm hearing that, and I don't know if it's like true or not. I'm hearing that Denal is like unironically like a known sex offender. Okay, you could verify this. I'm a little bit concerned, to be honest with you, because apparently Denal's like molested a child. So, you know, like Dean is being falsely accused of now, which Denal might have done to essentially take attention away from the fact that he's a known child molester.
This is the most serious video I've ever made. A Trump supporter stole the identity of an innocent 13-year-old girl to falsely accuse me of rape with supporting evidence of poorly botched fake.
He kind of pointed out the fact that, Aiden, you were digging your fingers in something without wanting to take the responsibility of the outcome. I'm sorry, what outcome am I not taking responsibility for? I just said before, as I said before in my analogy, if you go ask somebody, so what is the reason you hate this guy? And he says, I hate him because I just fucking do. And that makes them angry. And then they go and stab the guy to death. Actually, you don't have to take any responsibility for the fact they stabbed someone to death. That's obviously fucking ridiculous. You'd have to be retarded to think something like that.
DMs in an attempt to illegitimately deplatform me. In response, the 13-year-old whose identity was stolen made a video calling out the false accuser and anybody peddling these lies using her photos, stating that she's been getting harassed and bombarded with messages. An innocent 13-year-old girl. As we speak, not all, but millions of Republicans across the internet have continued to knowingly peddle this false allegation and could what only be described as an attempt to get me killed or to get me to myself, leading to the police calling me, informing me of a bomb threat, and the continued...
Well, no, I apologize for accidentally leaking it, right? Because I was responsible for that DM getting out, right? The fucking one message between them, which wasn't even the crux of the fucking leaks, but obviously that contributed. So yeah, absolutely. I took accountability for the accidental leak, because that was an accident and a bad thing, right? Which is why I panicked on stream or whatever and took the time to personally apologize to the parties involved. If you feel like personally reaching out to and apologizing to the parties involved is like a lack of accountability, I'm just curious what you think the accountability should be there. Do you want me to potentially like get a spoon and take my eyeball out, or maybe like make a blood sacrifice, or is it more of like a, should I sever a limb type of thing? I'm a little confused, I guess.
The most serious video, but millions of Republicans across the internet have continued to knowingly peddle this
Why was I screen recording Discord in the first place? To get logs.
False allegation, and could what only be described as an attempt to get me killed or to get me to myself, leading to the police calling me, informing me of a bomb threat, and the continued visceral harassment of the innocent little girl who had her identity stolen. Let's unpack this. First and foremost, this TikTok account, under the name of Emily, accused me of rape. They posted this fake DM
looks real to me
to prove their allegation. The account posted 2 screenshots of the same faked DMs, for the purpose being that in the second screenshot, they're scrolled further down the page to also include my response. We know that they're fake because in the first screenshot above their message, there is an included date and time. In the second
yeah, anybody who disagrees with me and wants to debate me is welcome to call in and own me. Just call in and like own me. The options there. You can easily do it.
Shot above that same message, there is not an included date and time. The only explanation for this inconsistency is that the screenshots are fake. The account
video's quiet.
Also claimed to be a young girl posting many photos such as these to make their allegations seem more believable. This girl is not accusing me of rape. She had her identity stolen by this account.
I don't know how, why is this like even like, I don't understand like how an allegation like this could even be given credibility if there's no like evidence these two people ever met. Like, why is this even something you have to respond to? Like, I feel like that's like that's just like that. The implications of that mean anybody at any time can take an account, accuse you of anything they want, and there will be backlash and obligation to respond, even when they provide no fucking evidence.
She made a video to clear this up.
So tonight, I was looking through my TikTok comments, and I find some comments saying that someone's impersonating me and using my photos to accuse someone Dean Withers of sexual assault. This was the picture someone put in my TikTok comments, and this was the picture I posted on Instagram. Same with here, this was posted in July, and now I find this...
He gave him more, did he? Because before this video, I saw like tweets with literally like 20,000 likes saying he raped somebody.
4 days ago on TikTok. On this photo, you can see there's a little scribble at the top of the screen. This is because, as you can see in the next photo, that's where the lyrics were in my Instagram photo.
I mean, it's nice of the 13-year-old to sort of vindicate him here. But I think that, I think the dude that stole her identity is like a fucking creep.
After finding out about this, I made a video tagging her saying that it's not me, and she ended up blocking my main account. I'm now getting multiple DMs and comments about this whole situation, and I wanted to make this to let you guys know that I'm not involved in any of this, and I didn't make any of these videos.
Even in light of the fact that this allegation is obviously fake, not only hurting me as the victim of them, but also the innocent little girl whose identity was stolen to make them, many Trump supporters haven't cared. MAGA influencers like the older millennial Asmongold and thousands of others have continued to peddle these false allegations across social media so hard to the point that for the last 48 hours straight, this has been a top news story on Twitter, amassing over 50,000 posts of mostly Republicans calling me a rapist. For those, some even on the right, that have made videos condemning these false allegations, thank you. You know who you are.
I mean, yeah, it is, like, to say that this didn't get traction is obviously not true. Before he responded, this was getting traction. He probably gave it more traction, but, like, in the sense of people now know that somebody took the time to impersonate a 13-year-old to make up a rape allegation, which is crazy. I don't know who would ever do something like that. That's never happened before. It's never happened before, right? 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 Yes, Denal makes... Dude, you still haven't got the bot working. The bot, if you're talking about yourself, the bot shouldn't be referring to you, like the AI, whatever the fuck you're, the LLM, whatever the fuck you're using, should not be referring to you in the third person. It has been nearly 2 years, and your stupid fucking, you literally have completely butchered it. You've had 2 years to work on this, and you still can't even get it to not refer to yourself in the third fucking person. But apparently, somebody spoke out on these allegations. Somebody that we know all too well. He had something to say. And I'm sure we're all fascinated to hear what he has to say. Oh, wait, I can't even... This individual has me blocked. So I can't even copy the link. Well, I can copy... Okay, I copy the link here. Out of respect for Dean, we should believe all victims without evidence, as that is exactly what he tells us to do. So what he's doing here is he's attacking a straw man of the left that people are going to buy because they vaguely remember this being true because it's a fucking straw man, right? And it's been repeated enough. No, when people were saying believe all women, okay, well, believe all women obviously has certain implications to it, but the there was a tendency to not believe people unless you literally had a video of yourself being raped, which is like a fucking ridiculous standard to impose, right? And so you can take a neutral position where evidence doesn't exist if there's proof the two people met, and you can assess each party's responses respectively to determine for yourself if there's any basis or credibility to the claim. So white dudes for horoscope, yeah, like it's, I don't know if Dean has ever argued believe all women without evidence. And I think Dean is cringe as fuck. I have a video calling him cringe as fuck, obviously, but I don't think he's ever argued that with no basis you should believe every accusation. I don't know if there's anybody that would argue that if you like had them break it down. Did you see Tecton saying you can't get graped without getting drugged or getting forcefully drunk? Of course he would say that, wouldn't it? Surely Dean has called out a fake allegation in the past. But I just, like... I think that anybody who, if anyone did signal boost this, if I were Dean, I'd be investing into, like, contributing to accounts that spread fake allegations about them. Like, unironically, that would be the go-to here. Make them experience it. Make them feel it. Make them understand. And then let's see if they do it again. Anyways. Hold on. So we've got this other video coming out, and it's about somebody that I knew personally, albeit me and him have not spoken in a couple of, actually, we did speak very briefly, like a few months ago. I asked him to call into my stream, and he said no. But Sensitive Society. Now, I've known Sensitive Society for a while. He was originally a fan, back in the way back in the day. He was like a fan of mine, and like I used to have a stream where you'd like tip and I'd review your channel or whatever, right? Which I'd love to do still, but not a lot of people that watch me have channels or whatever. Chud suggested this like idea that was actually pretty good, but it wouldn't actually work in reality. But Sensitive Society, I told him back in the day to change his name. It was too long. He didn't. He ended up getting successful, and then I heard that there was a lot of cringe coming from him as of late. I met the guy a few years ago, and he ended up taking me in his Audi R8, which was cool as fuck, because those are cool cars. But other than that, he seems to be one of like the slop tubers, like perpetuating just like total fucking cringe. And apparently somebody has something to say about it. So let's take a look.
Greetings to the misinformed and the unfortunate. Oh boy, this video is probably gonna get me in trouble, because we're talking about Sensitive Society, and he gets pissed off really easily, and I'm sure a lot of people are gonna comment below and, like, be a hater, but I have to talk about it. I have to, because I think this is really funny. So...
let's hear of this person out.
I'm a huge fan of the channel Peden, or Eden is Online. And I watched the 3-hour-long stream of them having a conversation about how lazy content is radicalizing people. And I have to talk about that. I have to. So basically he makes like these like baseline opinions about stuff, but then like is mildly offensive, and then people find it fun. Like, it's fine if you say like mildly offensive shit, as long as it's like as long as you're like part of the oppressed group that could be.
I'm very interested to hear. Okay, please refrain from asking me questions like whatever that other person just asked me. This person might be like 17 or 16, right? But the reason I think that it's valuable to hear them on this is that there is a mass online of like 16 to 17-year-old girls, or like, or sometimes MBs or whatever, I don't like to assume, that seem to have like, there's like very core beliefs about like edgy humor or whatever, that I think are just like non sequiturs. So I'm very curious to hear the perspective on this. Curious to hear the perspective on this. Why is it that you can only make offensive jokes so long as you're a part of the group they align with? Why?
Finding it offensive, you know? Sorry. And yeah, I feel like he just, like, that conversation needed to be had. He really doesn't understand the oppression that a lot of people go through. Like, yes, of course, he is a person of color. However, that doesn't excuse you from being a bad person. You can still be gay, but also still be homophobic, or still have internalized homophobia. There's also that. And he also loves to claim, like, racism anytime anybody, like, accuses him of doing something.
Denal, I'm shaking in my boots right now. You discovered that my parents are divorced? What? Dude, this is the most well-kept secret ever. It's like Dicker's girlfriend. Nobody knew. You've just discovered this? It's been 2 years.
Something wrong, like you're being racist, but no, that's not at all what we're talking about. We're talking about how you're kind of not a great person. It has nothing to do with your race. But yeah, he loves to pull that card. And it really pissed me off, that whole entire argument between Eden and...
Okay, I don't care about this anymore. Have fun. Apparently, Lonerbox and Pisco had a conversation about anti-Semitism with this Avi guy. So let's take a look. Where apparently Pisco offers a concession.
Oh, not okay. Yeah, I agree with that assessment.
Yeah. All right, folks, we're here to discuss And
who's Denal? So Denal is a guy that's essentially a software programmer in San Francisco that basically self-employed at this point, that got really mad for some reason that I exposed him for trying to groom a 16-year-old girl. I don't know why that would make you mad. I was just talking about what you tried to do, but I guess that like made him really mad. So he spent the last 2 years essentially trying to scare me off the internet with like a bot. But it literally takes him 2 years to find out like basic information about me, like that my parents would. Oh, one time he found out that I lived in California, which is a really big secret for those of you that don't know. And he's like, I know. How are you doing, Aiden, in California or whatever? And it took him like over a year to figure it out.
Anti-Semitism. Thanks everyone for coming. This is sort of born out of a conversation.
It's almost like a comedy bit. It's like a guy who really wants to be unhinged, like the unhinged, like that, but he's just like too incompetent to do it. So like it takes him like his breakthroughs. It takes him like 2 years to find out like information you've shared on stream multiple times.
That initially I had with a YouTuber by the name of Conduit. Conduit makes some very elaborate videos about influencers and stuff, and you guys should all check out Conduit. But then Lonerbox heard that conversation, and we had a discussion about, I think, what is anti-Semitism.
I also love in chat, we've got Sue V Green. Oh, look, it's Loner. Wait, and then so at Sue V Green, you were low IQ.
And sort of discussing the nature of anti-Semitism and how one would go about demonstrating someone is anti-Semitic. And so, yeah, I think that that's where this conversation comes in. And, you know, thanks, Avi, for moderating this portion. I think the order of the agenda is we're going to start by Lonerbox and I engaging. You're going to try to help us, you know, make sure that we understand each other. And then ultimately, Avi is going to present a case on Hassan and then also on anti-Zionism, right?
By the way, folks, we're almost halfway to Streamly goal. If you want to help us hit it, great way to help us out is to tip through Streamlabs and Super Chats. If not, another great way to help out is to like, which for some reason only 70 people have done. But to those 70 people, I want you to know I see you, I hear you, okay? And I appreciate you. You, guy sitting in his chair that liked, you complete me, okay? Hit that like button, people. Hit the like button.
Yeah. So the order of that's I'm good with that.
Okay.
Segment on Hassan?
Yeah. you can stick around for that if you want, Leonard, for sure. I want you there. Okay.
He's probably going to be present in my arguments as well, so yeah.
Cool. So I wanted to start, and I don't know if Lonerbox, you have a particular view about how we should begin. If so, I'll defer to you. But I kind of just wanted to start by understanding what we mean by anti-Semitism and like making sure we're not speaking past each other.
Oh, wait, I missed the dono from... Thank you so much, Ballsmoan, for the $2. Wait, did I not read this yet? Sounds like you abused her too, Aiden. Yeah, I mean, if you want to accuse me of debating a woman without her consent, I think that would probably be like a fair allegation to make. I take accountability. I'm sorry. I will do it again. So actually, I'm not sorry. I just lied to you. I'm totally going to do something like that again. But your criticism is noted, and I will put it away in a filing cabinet. But to the ladies out there, you should be scared about me debating you without your consent.
Okay. I think when it comes to defining anti-Semitism, like I think the IHRA definition is basically fine. It seems to be like the most used one. I think it leaves...
There is no way Lonerbox uses the IHRA definition. Essentially, they reworked the definition of anti-Semitism conveniently enough so it contributes to the conflation of anti-Zionism with hatred of people for being Jewish, which is just not true.
Leaves plenty of caveats in there to exempt standard critics of Israel or even aggressive critics of Israel. But I think it also is privy to the nuance of the way that like anti-Zionism can reach an overlap with anti-Semitism.
I think in most cases of anti-Zionism, I think in the vast majority of instances, the people are motivated primarily by dislike of Israel, right? You could have people that now, as a result of Israel, maybe harbor some negative feelings, like the Jewish populace maybe, which is when you teeter on anti-Semitism. But like the vast majority of like instances, I'd reckon, I guess, it's coming from lefties who are against assigning negative characteristics to people off of immutable characteristics, such as ethnic identity.
How it can actually express itself in that form. So I'm happy to go to defend the IHR definition and maybe to also...
I don't have a problem with you like using that definition. Like I just think that there's been like so much conversation about like whether or not my definition is correct or something. And that's where I'm like, okay. I don't think that they're like, I'm using Merriam-Webster. And I think what I understand to be at least one plausible common understanding of anti-Semitism, and that is that it's a hostility towards or discrimination against Jews as a religious ethnic.
What? What? $5 from Moon. Destiny just filed a bunch of new stuff. Witness C is no longer anonymous. Witness C has been outed? Witness C has been outed, folks. Allegedly, the identity of Witness C has been discovered. What? Dare I ask? I'm not going to ask you here. Do not type it in my chat, just so we're being clear. But if you want to DM me privately, since this is pertaining to publicly disseminated legal records, if you want to DM me privately about it, please take the time to do so.
Ethnic or racial group. And so I just wanted to first, like, yeah, we can get into your definition, which I think is a certain perception of Jews, including prejudice or hostility or something like that. But I just first wanted to, like, get agreement that, like, the definition that I'm providing isn't proprietary language. It's not something that's, like, so out there. It's a commonly used definition.
Yeah, so I even wrote your definition here when it was asked, because there was a clip of it, and I think maybe I'm wrong, but it's you saying, I take anti-Semitism as indexed to individuals to be essentially prejudice or mental bias against someone on account of their Judaism, and or a person who commits some non-trivial amount of discriminatory acts on the basis of Judaism.
On the basis of Judaism.
When we say Judaism, we also acknowledge that, like, religious hatred of Jews specifically is kind of antiquated. Like, anti-Semitism, especially for the last 100 years or so, has basically been like an ethnic attack as well. That's why conversion didn't save you if you were
no, wait, hold on, what did you say?
Antiquated, like, anti-Semitism, especially for the last, and I guess when we say Judaism, we also acknowledge that, like, religious hatred of Jews specifically is kind of antiquated. Like, anti-Semitism, especially for the last 100 years or so, is basically
100 years. Yeah, no, he's correct. He's correct. Essentially, anti-Semitism has always existed, but historically, it mostly in Europe took the form of religious-based, where essentially, in the Spanish Inquisition or whatever, converting could, in theory, save you, but you had this problem where people were suspected of being what's known as Marranos, where they, which is a slur, I guess, but Jews that were, a Jew that converted in Spain to Christianity was known as a converso. A Jew that converted in Spain to avoid the consequences of the Alhambra decree, but was secretly practicing his religion in private, would be referred to in Spain as a Marrano. But theoretically, at that point, it was just religious based for what was identified as a Jew. The Nazis defined being a Jew as a race. So you could
like an ethnic attack as well. That's why conversion didn't save you if you were a Jew in Europe.
He's right on that.
So I don't actually have an issue with this definition because, again, I have a very, like, hostile view of dictionary definitions. I think we tend to learn most words in life by not really appealing to them. Like, we don't really get a definition and just go out into the world and start picking out the things that are X and things that are not X. Like, when we're kids, we learn from examples. We point at things, and that's a chair. That's not a chair, even though it's got 4 legs and a back. Like, so. I think with, like, the application of your definition is the thing I was taking issue with. We can start there if you want.
I'd love to, because I think that a lot of has been made over this, like, we use extreme hypotheticals in the context of a lot of these discussions, and Avi, like, you of all people understand this, that you can clip someone poorly using, like, these extreme hypotheticals. And so something was asked to me, which is basically, would you say that Holocaust denialism is inherently anti-Semitic? And when I say no to that, all I mean to say there
is a hypothetical world where somehow it isn't, but most cases it is. In most cases it is. Theoretically, there is a guy out there that actually loves Jews, but he, like, has, like, some schizo, like, he believes that, like, the theoretically that could exist. I just have never seen an instance of it. So it's possible, logically, but in reality, it's almost obviously never the case.
Is that the definition?
Almost, and I use this as a point when I'm talking to Holocaust deniers. I've said before, when I was debating them, it's, like, really interesting how almost every single Holocaust denier is also, like, super conveniently, like, racist as fuck. In, like, a way where, like, obviously, like, you could tell that racial identity influences the motivation to not accept this thing as having happened. If you, like, find me a Holocaust denier that doesn't, that hasn't, like, endorsed an ideology that would hate, like, black people or
And that I provide, and frankly, I think arguably your definition as well, although we can talk about that. It's just not the definition itself. Not that I wouldn't automatically assume that someone who is that's denying the Holocaust is anti-Semitic. And as we talked about with another caller with Avi, that might be an empty set. It might be that there's no person who denies the Holocaust who isn't anti-Semitic.
Yeah, that's what. But logically, it's possible.
I don't think that my definition commits me to any position on, like, how you would go about proving anti-Semitism, or commits me to any, like, weird situation there where I wouldn't obviously call, for example, like,
he's you guys have to understand the difference between, like, logic bros and, like, Like I noticed Doobie was kind of like this or whatever. It's like when you understand like logic or whatever, like the way you think about it in your mind, there's like a very specific process for many people, myself included, that would sort of lead you to like the conclusion. Hypothetically, this is, and you're like really like autistically specific about it.
Hermann Goering, an anti-Semite. Of course, I would call Hermann Goering an anti-Semite, and that would follow. Avi, you sounds like you want to say something.
Or even any anti-Zionist. Like, so for example, you can have. So here's what I think has happened. I think what's happened is when a couple things has happened. I think
I'll look into it, Taya. I'll see why they banned you. If this is true, Taya, I will make sure that whoever personally clicked the button to hit ban on your account never experiences a fucking day of peace in their life again.
one thing that's happened is, I know what. So someone like me, I know what you mean when you say in a discussion, no, you have to understand. Like, just so we're clear, the important part about my definition of anti-Semitism is denying the Holocaust is not necessarily anti-Semitic. Like, I remember that, and I muted my mic and I could not stop laughing in that conversation. And the reason is because I know what you mean, but when I heard you say that, I know how so many normies and so many people are going to take that. They're going to be horrified.
Yeah, no, but you understand what I'm saying.
No, I do understand what you're saying. You're basically getting it. Yeah, in the scope of logical possibility, it is at least possible.
Yes. So this guy gets it. I'm probably not gonna like anything else he has to say.
So even the probability may be zero even, but it's logically possible to have, like, for example, if someone like.
Wait, can we do that example? Wait. Can we do the one? Yeah, do it.
Taya's been here for like. Hold on. Taya's been here for like 2 years. Okay, I have loyalty to the OGs, man. I have loyalty to obviously everybody that supports, but you know, you don't just treat an OG like a fucking newcomer.
Sure. Yeah, we could do whatever. I don't have that example. I was going to use me as an example.
Go for it.
Yeah. So like if someone opened up my head and took out the part of my brain, like went into the part of my brain that has like the memory of my education about the Holocaust, yeah. Right? Yeah, and just zap that, and like my memory of learning about the Holocaust is gone. All those parts of memory is gone, but everything else I'm the same. And then if someone asked me like, "Hey, do you believe in the Holocaust?" I'm like, "What? What do you mean?" Like, huh? Like, I think you're just making this up. Like, that would look pretty bad.
Yeah.
But I don't think in that situation anyone would say that I'm anti-Semitic in virtue of that. However, like the disconnect, and so that's true. Like,
I'm gonna ask Loaderbox, is that true on his view? Do you agree that under the definition you use, or under, I guess I'll ask on that Avi in that situation would not be anti-Semitic?
Yeah, of course. Like, I'm not going to call someone with Tourette's racist if they call a black person the N-word.
Right, so I think that we agree. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is, I think you and I agree. I don't think that there's anything different about Loaderbox's position on anti-Semitism given that example. Now, in the definition, there might be some disparities, but as applied in that example, Loaderbox wouldn't call that person anti-Semitic. I wouldn't call that person anti-Semitic, and Avi, you wouldn't call that person anti-Semitic.
I would not call myself anti-Semitic.
And but we all agree on that. So that's why, like, yeah, it sounds bad, but you know what I mean, and we agree.
Yeah, and so here's where I think the disconnect is. I think the disconnect is number one, I think it sounds like when you give this, even though it doesn't commit you, so you're right, it does not commit you to an evidentiary standard.
Correct.
You can take that definition and you can have very low evidentiary standards. Now, there's a question about whether you do have low evidentiary standards or high evidentiary standards, but you can have that view that about what anti-Semitism is, and you could also just see any slight bit of evidence and be like, oh my gosh, they're an anti-Semite. And have the view that every anti-Zionist is an anti-Semite.
Because just describing confirmation
out of the low evidentiary standard. Now, I don't think you have the low evidentiary standard, but you can. You're not committed to it. And so the disconnect.
Do Loaderbox and Avi believe Pisco's an anti-Semite? Because I keep hearing this claim thrown around, but I've like not seen anyone actually explain what anti-Semitic thing he's actually like done or said.
I think it sounds like when you have this, when you're communicating it in this way, where you say where it says things like that, some people listening might get the impression that you're setting this impossible standard, like this practically, or this.
Not that it matters. Well, it sort of matters. Is Pisco of Middle Eastern like heritage or whatever? Potentially, possibly, because I've also noticed like people are very inclined to like assert Oh, he's Latino. Got it.
Extremely high standard, because like, oh my gosh, she's saying Holocaust denial isn't
anti-Semitic. Yeah, why would even Hitler be anti-Semitic?
Yeah, like who is anti-Semitic? How would you even go about showing someone is anti-Semitic?
No, I get the impression, but when I clarify right after Avi, and I say, guys, I would presume anyone.
No, I've noticed like there's a lot of like people are way more quick to apply the anti-Semitism label when there's a comment made from somebody that's Arab. It's just the truth.
Is an anti-Semite. I feel like anyone who listens to both parts of that listens first to the statement about what I think anti-Semitism is, and then the statement. But of course, I presume that it's over and above any standard. The people who deny the Holocaust are anti-Semitic. That at least the people who are usual in these conversations or who understand at least something about them, that should clear up that the evidentiary bar is not this denying Goebbels is even anti-Semitic.
Right. So you would say like Holocaust denial. if someone just said, "Hey, you learned about this aspect about this person," they deny the Holocaust. You would say that is extremely strong evidence.
Correct.
Extremely strong evidence they're anti-Semitic. To the point where I strongly
because
believe it.
like logically, a scenario of possibility exists, probability-wise, in 99, potentially even 100% of instances, somebody denying the Holocaust almost certainly holds anti-Semitic attitudes. I've literally never heard of a Holocaust scenario that didn't. And I know that's not like a good metric, but it's a challenge, okay? Anyone that believes that person exists, like, just present me with an example. Because theoretically, it is possible. It is totally possible. It just is almost never what's happening.
Yes. Yes. And I think you would too.
It's interesting how, like, genocide denial always comes from parties that have, like, some sort of, like, for example, Armenian genocide denial. You never see like a Chinese guy denying the Armenian genocide. You do see a lot of people from Turkey deny it. Most of the Turkish population doesn't accept that it happened, which also coincides with the fact that it was the Ottoman Empire that perpetrated it. So there's almost always like some sort of like implicit motive. Now,
I think Loaderbox would too, right? I think we're all aligned on that. What I'm concerned with, though, and the reason why we went there, and I want to get Loner's sort of approach on this, is because I think there are people who baked into their definition of anti-Semitism is anti-Zionism, and there is some, I think, obfuscation regarding that, or some people who want to, instead of clarifying what they mean by anti-Semitism, they want to bake in the anti-Zionism into the definition itself, and by doing that, define anti-Semitism in terms of anti-Zionism.
Is thinking the numbers are a bit inflated considered denial? It would be revisionism, which in a lot of instances wouldn't like technically be denial, but colloquially it's fine to call it because the person's like mental the heuristic they apply I think would be exactly the same, right? And that would in most instances be pretty accurate. So it's not technically denial. You admit something happened. If you admit a genocide happened, you're not denying it. But if you're contesting the numbers, you're revising the details of it. You'd be a revisionist.
Who are these people? Like, I know people on TV who do this, but like the IHRA doesn't do that. The Jerusalem Declaration doesn't do that, right?
It's not clear to me, right? Because in at least one of those definitions, I think they define denial of Israel's quote-unquote right to exist as anti-Semitism. I think that's correct.
They say it in the, and again, with the IHRA definition.
Dude, there's this one meme. Rita used to have it. God rest his soul. The meme was like, what if there's like, it was about like guy that denies the Holocaust not because he hates Jews, but because he literally can't believe that something like that happened. What? That's crazy. You mean to tell me they did what? And it's like so unbelievable. He can't. That was like a meme.
Before they go into those 11 examples, there's a sentence where they talk about how taking into account the overall context, right?
Yeah, but that would, I think, by definition, commit you to anyone who denies the right of Israel to exist is anti-Semitic. I think that's right.
The example listed is denying so wait, what's the question?
Whether denial of Israel's right to quote-unquote right to exist is anti-Semitism by definition, on that definition.
They say, they say denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, for example, by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor.
Yeah, so on the IHRA, so when I look at
because Israel, as they define it, would be a Jewish state, even though it's a multi-ethnic population historically inhabiting the land. It would be the acknowledgement of one ethnic populace over another as a core purpose of the state, which would be fair to say that, right? Like, there are people that, like, the thing is, ideally for me, what I would love to happen, I guess, is in theory, right? Obviously, a secular nation that doesn't acknowledge any ethnicity over another, an official law or mythos, and a nation that has equal representation and that rights the wrongs of the historically marginalized communities that were displaced in the past. I also understand pragmatically that's literally just not possible at the moment. So ideally, we'd work towards pragmatically like some sort of two-state solution with the hopes of eventual, obviously some like a secular state.
Okay, so both the IHR and Jerusalem Declaration have a definition, and then they have like a guideline section where they give examples. Right. So I take that to be as follows: you either have to do one of two things to onboard the definition. Number one, you either have to bake the examples into your definition. You don't have to do that, but that's one way to do it. Number two, you have to accept them as propositions. So and with the IHRA, you have to say like, if complete the proposition by saying is anti-Semitic, and you can do that by saying it may not be baked into my definition, but I accept the proposition as true as just a synthetic fact, where in other words you commit yourself to the empty set thing, where it's okay, everyone who denies the Jewish people their right to self-determination by claiming the existence of the state of Israel as a racist endeavor is anti-Semitic. It may not be strictly analytically by virtue of the definition, but I am taking that on board as a true proposition, as a synthetic truth.
In practice, that's probably true. In practice, right? Theoretically, once again, you can logically work through a scenario where somebody is a denier of a genocide that doesn't actually harbor prejudice towards the group that the genocide was perpetrated against. In reality, that's almost never the case.
If you do it that way, you still can onboard the IHRA definition, because the examples are not strictly part of the definition. The examples are guidelines that basically say, to take this on board, like, this is the things you need to accept.
So
that makes sense. The distinction between
that makes sense to me, yeah. Because so assuming that you accept the IHRA definition, you're basically saying it's either by definition true that denying or calling Zionism inherently racist, or whatever that statement was, is anti-Semitic by definition, or that it's true of every person who affirms it. In other words, right?
Right. So then you'd be in conformity with the guidelines. Then you'd be in conformity with the yeah.
And so I'll ask.
So that's what I take to be like taking.
Do you agree with that? Do you agree that like it's a synthetic truth, by which you mean like everyone who denies or says that that Israel was a racist endeavor is anti-Semitic, and or do you define anti-Semitism in such a way as that being the case?
You're saying everyone who claims the existence of Israel as a racist endeavor is anti-Semitic by the IHRA definition?
I think you'd have to accept either that or that it's anti-Semitic by definition. Maybe you can.
No, I don't think you would have to, because again, like
not by definition. You don't have to...
Okay, I'm sorry. This is the most boring conversation ever. This is unironically the most boring shit I've ever heard. I'm sorry, man. It just is. It's like 6 hours of the. It's so boring, dude. Maybe it's just because like nobody's screaming or whatever. But like I'm literally like fucking. I'm literally zoning out, dude. It's so fucking boring. Skip to the San part? Where's that? Is there time? Oh. Alright, let me just skip to the San part. Here I go.
That's Hasbro.
Oh, I can use the transcript, I just realized. I just own myself. Talk about the what's happening with the WNBA? What am I missing? Yo, thank you for the 10 and fixed. Turn off this call and respond to the parental divorce allegations. Well, when I was a kid, my parents sat me down and said, you know, Aiden, we love you very much, but sometimes things don't always work out, okay? Things don't always work out. And you know what? It's true. It's just true. It happens. And I would rather have separated parents than two parents together that despise each other, right? That would obviously be preferable. I've had many friends that have parents that have forced themselves to live together for the sake of the kids, and in reality, they've inadvertently made the kids' lives miserable. Inbox now? Inbox now. Inbox now. Here is Destiny saying he doesn't care about anti-Semitism.
Myron Gaines is a freak, an anti-Semitic freak.
Who the fuck cares about the anti-Semitism? Like, Aaron's positions on anti-Semitism are...
You do, dude! Fucking Dan... That's Dan's whole MO! His whole project is to fire Dan Clancy! And the whole thing is like saying fucking Hassan is going to genocide the Jews! You do! Myron Gaines...
Crazy stuff. I actually was just reminded we have another clip of Destiny. Another clip of that. Also, nobody's DM me who Witness C was. I still don't know who Witness C is. This was leaked. Okay, this is pretty fucking bad, man. What I'm looking at here. Very, very strange. Of course. Of course. Of course. When it's still up. It's still up. Okay,
like, I would never make this definitive statement like, I am straight, right? Like, why would I say that? Maybe at some point in my life, I don't know, maybe there is a cutie pie guy that I would consider dating. I don't know. I haven't met him yet.
Okay, if you ask Greek about this, it's called movie time, right? Sometimes you just like to grab boobies and just slap them together. What I like to do for this, your boobs aren't gonna grow. Do you think communism gives you bigger chests? I know what all the muscles are. Oh shit! It's the fucking communists.
Like, I would never make this
Very, very interesting. The speculation on the streets are saying that the Destiny Hassan beef really began when Hassan rejected Destiny's advances. That's what I'm being told by various sources, and it seems to me to be completely factually true. This was also a very egregious example of unwanted touching. Thank you for the 2. Moon, I did DM you. What? Where'd you DM me? Why do I not see your DM? Oh, wait, I saw it. Oh, well, okay, so that's who Witness C is. God rest this person's soul. I have to say, God rest this person's soul. How is this even legal to fucking out the identity of a witness? I guess there's scenarios where it is legal, but like, yeah, this person fucked. But they total W on their end. Total W on their end. They risked their own safety to out the truth. So total W. Crazy stuff. And they're saying that Denal is a big supporter of Destiny because Denal, when he tried to groom the 16-year-old girl, tried to argue that consent doesn't matter. His words, not mine. Yeah, I think that needed to be full screen so you could fully absorb what you were saying. What else do we got here? Let's take a look. We're being told in other news that Jay Stalk has been arrested. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Okay, we got him. He's done. They're taking him in, booking him as we speak. Ladies and gentlemen, Jay Stalk is finished. Thank God. Thank the heavens that this fucking maniac has been taken off the streets so he can no longer harm the innocent women that he has harmed. I, for one, I can sleep soundly at night knowing that I don't need to lock my doors anymore. Very, very unfortunate. See you in Valhalla, brother. See you in Valhalla. I guess yeah, apparently not. I'm just looking at some other stuff here real quick. Yeah, looks like it's good enough, I think. All right, who else is live? Let's take a look, folks. Thank you, everybody, for watching tonight. Much appreciated. I'll see you here tomorrow, hopefully, assuming I make it through the night, where I will be having a conversation with Westside Tyler. I'm also looking to maybe do a debate with this North person. See you guys tomorrow.